Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, John Russell tells us how climate change is changing the diet of polar bears. Then, Dan Friedel and Gina Bennett present this week's Health Report. We close the show with the Lesson of the Day from Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins. But first, here is John Russell.
A new study suggests that the climate change diet might not be good for polar bears. With Arctic sea ice declining, many polar bears have to go to land for their diets during parts of the summer. A study looking at Hudson Bay polar bears tried to figure out if the creatures can keep their healthy weight levels on such a diet. Researchers found that the majority of the creatures are losing weight no matter what they do to try to increase it. Some bears find a lot of food: berries, eggs, seabirds, and even caribou antlers. But such foods take a lot of effort. The bears use so many calories trying to eat that they end up losing weight and burning more energy than they take in, the study says. The findings appeared recently in the publication Nature Communications. Other bears go into a time of semi-hibernation, but they also lose weight. So either way, eating different foods or sleeping a lot does not work, said the study's lead writer, Anthony Pagano, of the U.S. Geological Survey. Researchers found that 19 of the 20 bears studied dropped an average of 21 kilograms over 3 weeks of being studied. The research observed their calorie intake, energy use, and respiration in the wild. The bears lost about 7% of their body mass on average in just 21 days, the study found. Polar bears try to keep up their weight in the summer after a spring when they eat a lot and gain weight. In the area of the Hudson Bay where researchers studied, lack of sea ice has meant polar bears are on land 3 weeks longer than in the 1980s, Pagano said. Usually, polar bears eat high-fat seals while based on sea ice near where the seals are. Hunting is especially good in the spring when seal pups are young and have not yet learned to swim away from the ice base, Pagano said. Last September, when Arctic sea ice hit its yearly low, there was about 2.6 million square kilometers less sea ice than the same time in 1979, the National Snow and Ice Data Center says. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service lists polar bears as a threatened species due to the loss of its sea ice habitat. This paper clearly shows that polar bears cannot adapt to the pace of change in the Arctic, and that the bears are already using everything they have to stay alive, said University of Alberta biologist Andrew DeRocher. DeRocher was not part of the research, but suggested it was important and done well. This is concerning because, of course, it really does raise the question of when will the individual bears run out of energy, DeRocher said. While research shows that some of the bears will survive, other bears were basically right on the edge of where they would potentially suffer from starvation and subsequent death. Overall, the research shows that it is unlikely polar bears can adapt to living on land, de Roche said. I'm John Russell.
Who find out they have cancer are able to survive the disease because of effective drugs. Treating cancer with certain drugs is known as chemotherapy. The drugs contain powerful chemicals that kill cancer cells but also cause bad reactions in patients. Although the drugs help keep patients alive, they cause extreme tiredness, stomach pain, and the loss of hair. Some even result in mouth sores for patients. These problems are called side effects. After many years of strong side effects, some patients and their doctors are talking to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, about finding the lowest effective dose for cancer drugs. In the past, drug companies tested to find the maximum tolerable dose. However, doctors and patients are asking drug makers to think about a dose that will kill cancer cells with less severe side effects. Some patients might prefer the lower dose even if they need to use the drug longer. Jill Feldman of Illinois is 54. She has been treated for lung cancer for 15 years. She is happy to be alive. Her parents died of lung cancer soon after they found out they had it. She said she is always in pain. She said her mouth always feels like it is burning. With the help of her doctors, she receives a lower dose of her cancer drug. But she wants drug companies to research low doses when they are developing the treatments. No one should have to endure avoidable harmful effects of treatment, she said.
Dr. Lillian Siu works on drug development at Princess Margaret Cancer Centre in Toronto, Ontario. She said new cancer drugs are more precise than in the past. Some newer drugs target a mutation that causes cancer cell growth. Others cause the patient's immune system to fight the cancer. Siu says the question is whether patients can get the same bang for their buck or useful result with a lower dose of a drug. You might only need a low dose to turn off that cancer driver, she said. An FDA spokesperson said there is a new program called Project Optimus that asks drug makers to include patients who receive lower doses in their clinical trials. Sometimes doctors lower doses during the later parts of testing, but other times lower doses are called for only after the drug is approved and doctors try to reduce their patients' side effects. Dr. Patricia LaRusso leads drug research at the Yale Cancer Center in Connecticut. She said the problem with using high doses is that patients start to feel bad, so they have to stop taking the drug. During that time, the cancer starts to come back. In addition, some patients get results from a low dose, while others only get results from a high dose. That is called patient-to-patient variation. People's liver and kidneys process cancer drugs differently, which affects how much of the medicine reaches the cancer cells. The challenge is, where is the sweet spot? LaRussa said. A sweet spot means just the right amount. One large group of patients has concerns about doses that are too high. Women with breast cancer that has spread to other parts of their body. That kind of cancer is very difficult to treat. Without drugs, the cancer might spread even more. So many patients must be on cancer drugs for most of their lives. But they want to be able to enjoy their time instead of feeling sick. Dr. Julie Graylow is Chief Medical Officer of the American Society of Clinical Oncology. She is working on a low-dose study of 500 patients who take 2 kinds of drugs for breast cancer. She said, the study will look at 2 kinds of treatments. One that starts patients on a low dose that increases if the patient does well. The other starts the patient at a high dose and then lowers if side effects are too difficult.
Leslie Kailani Glenn is a 58-year-old breast cancer patient from Oregon. She has been getting treatment for 11 years. She said she will need the drugs for the rest of her life. We want to try to live the best that we can, knowing that treatment is never, ever going to stop, she said. Glenn has hiked California mountains and up high seaside hills in Italy while receiving treatment. She works with her doctor to change the amount of drug she receives based on her ability to tolerate it. She said the number one thing she dislikes is the feeling that she needs to use the bathroom all the time. She does not want to lose her quality of life. Project Optimus asks drug makers to compare the results of different doses. It might sound like a good idea, but the drug companies have concerns. They say carrying out trials of separate doses slows down the development process.
Dr. Alice Shaw leads cancer drug development at Novartis, a Swiss drug company. She said the interest in lowering side effects by testing different doses needs to be weighed against getting a helpful new drug to cancer doctors. She said it might be better to get the drugs on the market first. But Dr. Timothy Yap of the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas, said drug companies might not be seeing the problem correctly. He said they need to take the time early in the process to find the right dose. That way, more patients will be able to use their medicine. If the patients are not taking the drug, then it's not going to work, Yap said. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Gina Bennett.
Dan Friedel joins me now to talk more about the health report. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
In the story, you and Gina discuss the idea of lowest effective dose. One cancer doctor uses the term bang for your buck. How does this idea relate to cancer treatments?
Well, Ashley, in English, we have this phrase, bang for your buck. It is a saying that has to do with value. Some people think it started with the military, where a general might have been concerned about getting the biggest explosion for the lowest cost. After all, in American English, a buck is the same as $1. But in fighting cancer, the idea is a little more subtle. The cancer patients interviewed in the story all seem to say they want to get the benefit of the cancer drugs, but also feel like they can live their lives, go for walks, enjoy time with their families, while undergoing treatment at the same time. When people are taking cancer-fighting drugs, they can feel very sick. So in this case, they're talking about getting good effects from the treatment while feeling as healthy as possible.
Why has it been hard to get drug makers to go along with the idea of lowest effective dose?
So the problem is that the drug companies want to prove that their treatment is effective quickly. After all, no one wants to bring a product out to the market and say, "This works really well if you use it for 10 years. People who know they have cancer are scared of dying, and they want results quickly. So when the drug companies do their tests, which are called clinical trials, they try to come up with a dose that works best against the cancer, even if it might make the patient feel sick some of the time. The companies say it is better to do a test for a short period of time in order to prove a drug works. If they test it over the course of 10 years, that would probably be bad for business."
So what will this conversation bring about?
I think what will happen is that some of the large cancer organizations like the American Society of Clinical Oncology and the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, will continue to organize studies that look at drugs that work in high doses and see how well they work in low doses after the drugs are approved. So that way, the drug companies will have a reason to keep improving and testing new cancer drugs, and patients who need to take the drugs for a long time will also know the right dose so they can get treatment without feeling bad all the time.
Well, thank you, Dan, for answering my questions today, and thank you for that report.
You're welcome, Ashley. Happy to help.
That music means it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Andrew Smith, and I'm joined by Dr. Jill Robbins. Hi, Jill.
Hi, Andrew.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
If you've been watching Let's Learn English, you know that Anna has a big imagination. Imagination helps you form pictures or new ideas in your mind, sometimes about things that are not real. So, to get started with our lesson, I'm going to ask Andrew to use his imagination.
Uh-oh. What if I'm not feeling very imaginative?
Don't worry, I'm going to ask you some easy questions to begin.
Okay.
Would you rather be a professional tennis player or a professional musician, like a concert pianist?
You know I love both of those. But I think I'd rather be a concert pianist because you can play piano for your whole life.
but you can only be a professional athlete when you're young. Plus, even good athletes lose a lot when they compete.
That's true. Now, would you rather be able to fly or be invisible?
Ooh, now you're really asking me to use my imagination. Unfortunately, neither one of those is possible, but I think I'd rather fly. It would be so easy to get from place to place. How about you?
I think I'd rather be invisible because then I could go anywhere I wanted to. I don't know. It might cause some trouble, though.
Yes, I think so. Okay, so Jill, I think we'd better connect these questions to Anna and the video series.
Yeah, we'd better do that. Lesson 24 of Level 2 of Let's Learn English teaches 2 expressions you just heard Andrew and me use.
Those are the expressions would rather and had better. Would rather asks what you prefer to do or be. And we use had better to give advice in a strong way, almost like the word must.
In Lesson 24, Anna imagines she has special powers, just like some famous superheroes from the movies, such as Spider-Man or Superman. For example, Superman can fly and lift very heavy objects.
The lesson begins when Anna asks a young man about superheroes. Listen for the expressions you'd better and I'd rather.
Hi, I see you like superhero culture. Me too. In fact, tonight I'm going to the big superhero convention. Are you going?
I don't know.
Well, you'd better decide soon. Last year, it sold out. So, since we're talking about superheroes, would you rather become a superhero by accident, like Spider-Man, or be born a superhero, like Wonder Woman? Take your time. It's a big question. I thought about it for days.
Okay, if I had to choose, I'd rather be born a superhero.
I'd rather become a superhero by an unexpected accident.
Aren't all accidents unexpected?
I think the young man is pretty smart by saying that Anna did not need to use the word unexpected.
Yes, in the lesson, you'll see that the boy thinks in a more clear way than Anna does.
But Anna has an excuse because she has an accident. Here it is. And listen to Professor Bott explain.
What was that? Are you okay?
I'm better than okay. I feel super.
Oh no, Anna was just hit by lightning. She had better get help. We use had better to give advice. It is very informal and stronger than should or ought to. For example, Anna says,
You'd better decide soon. Last year, it sold out.
When we use had better, we usually shorten the word had for personal pronouns. We use would rather to say what we or someone else prefers to do or have. For example, the boy says,
Okay, if I had to choose, I'd rather be born a superhero.
With would rather, we also shorten the word would when used with personal pronouns. Keep watching and listen for had better and would rather.
Anna was hit by lightning. That is serious. And sometimes people die when that happens. So, naturally, the young man is worried about Anna.
You'd better see a doctor.
I've never felt better.
You were just struck by lightning, and what happened to your hair and your clothes?
I don't know. Wait, I do know. This is my super suit, and this is my origin story.
What are you talking about?
An origin story tells the beginning of a superhero. You should know that.
You're not making any sense, lady.
I would rather be called Lightning Bolt Lady. It'll sound great in a theme song.
Don't worry, Anna is feeling great and says the lightning strike gives her an origin story. The word origin, spelled O-R-I-G-I-N, means the beginning, cause, or source of something.
For example, the origins of rap music were mostly in New York City in the late 1970s. That's where it began.
Anna thinks she has an origin story and superpowers. But the young man thinks she needs help.
Now I need to find my superpowers.
I really think...
Wait, don't tell me. I'll read your mind. You are thinking you'd like to be my super helper.
I was not thinking that.
That you'd like to live in a treehouse.
No.
That you should eat more vegetables.
Please stop talking. You really should get some help.
Mind reading is not my superpower. Maybe I can become invisible. I am invisible. You can't see me. Who am I? I'm not here. You can't see me.
I can see you, and so can everybody else.
Anna's superpowers are clearly not working, and the boy thinks he'd better go with Anna to make sure she is okay. But Anna would rather go by herself.
I'd better go with you. You might get worse. That's even possible.
That's very nice of you, ordinary human, but I'd rather go by myself. This is a quest.
Every time you speak, I get more confused.
A quest is a part of all superhero stories. You really need to work on your superhero studies. Now, stand back. I've never flown before.
And you're not flying now.
Flying is not my superpower. That's too bad. It's going to be expensive to Uber everywhere. You know, I'd rather walk. It's a nice day. Goodbye, non-super person.
I'm not talking to strangers again.
I think Lesson 24 of Level 2 is one of the funniest episodes of Let's Learn English. Felix, who is the young man, appears in some of the other episodes, like the duck boat story. He's a great comic actor, I think. Listeners, you should definitely try to watch it.
I agree, they should. Now, before we finish today's lesson, let's explain more about the word quest. Listen again.
That's very nice of you, ordinary human, but I'd rather go by myself. This is a quest.
Every time you speak, I get more confused.
A quest is a part of all superhero stories.
A quest is a long and difficult search for something. It often takes months or years to do. Quest is spelled Q-U-E-S-T.
You know, I think learning to speak a foreign language can be like a quest. You have to keep working at it for a long time.
That's so true. The good news is, if you just keep studying and practicing in a smart way, you will usually reach your goal.
So, listeners, use your imagination. Picture yourself speaking fluently, clearly, confidently, and easily in English. One day, you will get there.
And you don't need to be struck by lightning to be able to do it.
Thank goodness. Well, it's time to go, so we'd better say goodbye.
Oh, but don't forget, Lesson 24, like all of the lessons of Let's Learn English, has a lesson plan you can download for free. The plans can be helpful for both students and teachers.
And remember that you can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Thanks for listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Dr. Jill.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
This
a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, you will hear stories from John Russell and Katie Weaver. Then Dan Novak presents this week's Education Report. Finally, John Russell returns to present today's Lesson of the Day. But first, here is this report from Katie Weaver.
Charlotte has spent much of her life in captivity at a nonprofit aquarium in North Carolina's Appalachian Mountains. She is an ocean animal called a round stingray. She is about 3,700 kilometers from her natural habitat in the Pacific Ocean off Southern California. And she has not shared space with a male of her species in at least 8 years. But Charlotte is about to give birth. The reddish-brown stingray is pregnant with as many as 4 young, called pups. They were created by a rare process of natural reproduction called parthenogenesis. A female animal develops an egg into an embryo without fertilization material from a male. Charlotte will give birth to her young at home, Team Echo Aquarium and Shark Lab on Main Street in Hendersonville. Brenda Raymer formed the organization and serves as its chief. She said when caretakers first noticed a lump on Charlotte's back, they thought it might be a cancerous growth. So they examined the animal with an ultrasound machine, which makes images using sound. The images showed that Charlotte was pregnant. The aquarium team was shocked. We were all like, "Shut the back door. There's no way," Raymer said. We thought we were overfeeding her, but we were overfeeding her because she has more mouths to feed. The small aquarium encourages local school children and others to take an interest in science. Now they are getting a real-life lesson few witness. Parthenogenesis can happen in some insects, fish, amphibians, birds, and reptiles, but it is extremely unusual. Documented examples have included California condors, Komodo dragons, and yellow-bellied water snakes. Katie Lyons is a research scientist at the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta. She is not connected to the North Carolina Aquarium. She said Charlotte's pregnancy is the only documented example of parthenogenesis in the round stingray that she knows of. But Lyons is not shocked. Other kinds of rays and related fish, such as sharks, have had these kinds of pregnancies under human care. I'm not surprised because nature finds a way of having this happen, she said. To be clear, Lyons said, these animals are not cloning themselves. Instead, a female's egg joins with another cell in the female. This leads to cell division and creation of an embryo. We don't know why it happens, Lyons said, just that it's kind of this really neat phenomenon that they seem to be able to do. Charlotte lives in a tank of about 8,300 liters of water. Raymer said the aquarium is hoping to get a tank nearly twice that size for Charlotte's young. They also want to put live cameras up for people to see them. It is very rare to happen, Raymer said, but it's happening in the middle of the Blue Ridge Mountains in rural North Carolina, hundreds of miles from the ocean. Round stingrays like Charlotte are common along the Pacific Ocean coasts of Southern California and Mexico. They often rest on the ocean's sandy bottom near land. In the wild, they are about the size of a food plate. They come in all shades of brown. They eat small animals like worms, crabs, and mollusks. And round stingrays are sometimes eaten by sharks, seals, and giant sea bass. The round stingray is well known to humans who like to go in the ocean. The ray can sting when stepped on. Lyons finds the species fascinating. I'm glad the round stingray is getting the media attention that it deserves, Lyons said. It's not necessarily as sexy as a white shark, but they do a lot of really neat stuff. I'm Katie Weber.
Recently announced its next move into generative artificial intelligence. San Francisco-based OpenAI's new text-to-video generator, called Sora, is a tool that instantly makes short videos based on written commands, called prompts. Sora is not the first of its kind. Google, Meta, and Runway ML are among the other companies to have developed similar technology. But the high quality of videos displayed by OpenAI, some after CEO Sam Altman asked social media users to send in ideas for written prompts, surprised observers. At the same time, the video results led to fears about the possible ethical and societal effects. A photographer from New Hampshire posted one suggestion, or prompt, on X. The prompt gave details about a kind of food to be cooked, gnocchi, as well as the setting, an old Italian country kitchen. The prompt said, "An instructional cooking session for homemade gnocchi hosted by a grandmother social media influencer set in a rustic Tuscan country kitchen with cinematic lighting." Altman answered a short time later with a realistic video that showed what the prompt described. The tool is not yet publicly available. OpenAI has given limited information about how it was built. The company also has not stated what imagery and video sources were used to train Sora. The New York Times and some writers have taken legal actions against OpenAI for its use of copyrighted works of writing to train ChatGPT. And OpenAI pays a fee to the Associated Press, the source of this report, to license its text news archive. OpenAI said in a blog post that it is communicating with artists, policymakers, and others before releasing the new tool to the public. The company added that it is working with red teamers, people who try to find problems and give helpful suggestions, to develop Sora. We are working with red teamers, experts in areas like misinformation, hateful content, and bias, who will be adversarially testing the model, the company said. We're also building tools to help detect misleading content, such as a detection classifier that can tell when a video was generated by Sora. I'm John Russell.
Haglid completed culinary school at the Delaware Food Bank last summer, it was the first time she had graduated from anything in her life. Just a few years earlier, a goal like that did not seem within reach. In 2020, she was charged with armed robbery and later sentenced to prison. Haglid told VOA that she lost everything, including the custody of her children. As she approached the end of her 4-year prison sentence, she learned about a restaurant service training program available to people in jail. Haglid started attending culinary school classes at the food bank in Newark, Delaware, when she received permission to take part in the work release program. Through the 14-week program, students learned cooking and life skills to prepare them for a job in the restaurant or hospitality industry. Some of the students currently at Newark were incarcerated like Haglid. Others are in substance abuse recovery programs or underemployed, meaning they have been out of the workforce for a long time, said Anna McDermott. She is the food bank's chief impact officer. Haglid and other students learned how to use knives in cooking, correct food preparation, and how to make the 5 foundational mother sauces and other skills. The program also teaches teamwork, work ethic, and time management. Those kinds of life skills, also called soft skills, are taught to make sure that folks are really familiar with what is expected of them in the workplace to maintain employment, McDermott said. Getting a job is the easiest part sometimes. It's maintaining that job. At the end of the program, students are provided an entry-level job through the State Restaurant Association. Haglid is an apprentice at a nearby hotel where she receives a paycheck and additional training as a cook. This program meant everything to me because it was a way for me to get not my life back, but a life to begin with, Haglid said. Attending the culinary school started to bridge the gap of restoration between me and my kids. Haglid was able to attend the classes through a U.S. Department of Labor program called HOPES, Hospitality Opportunities for People Re-Entering Society. HOPES is operated through the National Restaurant Association Education Foundation, or the NRAEF, an industry group, which partners with community organizations like the Delaware Food Bank. The group's goal with HOPES is to get incarcerated people training and jobs in the restaurant industry. Rob Gifford is president of the NRAEF. He said restaurant jobs help prevent recidivism, the the word for returning to prison. Gifford said food service jobs help people released from prison get work and a way to earn money as soon as possible. Food service, he said, has a relatively low barrier to entry compared to other jobs that might require more training. Since prisons provide food service, there is already a place to provide training. And unlike other work, restaurant jobs often do not require college or even high school degrees. We're allowing these individuals to get on their feet quickly via the restaurant industry, but we're giving them transferable skills, Gifford said. When they decide they're ready to move on to their next opportunity, they're positioned for success. Employment for formerly imprisoned people is very important to prevent recidivism. The NRAEF says that formerly imprisoned people who maintained a job for the first year following their release had a 16% recidivism rate over 3 years. That is compared to a 52% recidivism rate for those that did not maintain employment. The unemployment rate for people formerly incarcerated is more than 6 times the national rate. Gifford said about 1,000 people have gone through the HOPES program nationwide, and 2/3 are currently employed. Haglid, who said she is regaining custody of her children, plans to continue her work in restaurants and one day lead a kitchen as a chef. She also said she wants to support the educational and job training programs that helped her find work. She said the programs are needed to prevent recidivism and provide hope for the future. When you realize you have the ability to learn, it almost creates a hunger in you where you want to absorb as much as you possibly can, Haglid said. You begin to have a drive that you never had before. I'm Dan Novak.
To talk more about his education story. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Ashley.
In the story, you note that the Culinary School at the Delaware Food Bank teaches soft skills as a part of its curriculum. Can you explain the difference between hard skills and soft skills?
Yes, so hard skills are what we say to refer to the technical skills required for a job. So in restaurants, those hard skills would be knowing how to use a knife, how to prepare certain foods or mix ingredients. Soft skills are life skills that help in a professional setting. Things like teamwork, being on time, or a good work ethic. And those are skills important for any job.
The Culinary School program teaches people who are underemployed and those who are in prison. Getting a job is very important to staying out of prison. Is that correct?
Yes, it's incredibly important. Recidivism rates are very high in the U.S. About 70% of people released from prison will again commit crimes within 5 years. But recidivism rates greatly drop when people can maintain employment. People who maintained a job for the first year following their release had a 16% recidivism rate over 3 years.
And restaurant jobs seem especially well suited for those coming out of prison.
Yeah, there's a couple reasons for that. One, jobs in food service don't require as much training as other jobs might. So, once you're released from prison, if you have that bit of restaurant training, you can quickly get a job. Also, high school degrees are not always required. Prisons also have a food service component, so there's already a place for people to be trained while in prison. Not only is getting a job important, it's getting a job as quickly as possible after release.
Well, thanks so much for answering my questions, Dan, and thanks for that report.
You're welcome.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
We explore some recent news about a large kind of American butterfly, the monarch butterfly. We learn that the monarch butterfly population has dropped to one of its lowest numbers on record in the place where the creatures spend the winter, forests in Mexico. Pay careful attention to the word migration. We will talk more about it after the report. The monarch butterfly population has dropped to its second lowest number on record in Mexican forests this winter. The forests are the insect's winter home. The population decrease is worrisome as the butterfly group is already considered at risk of disappearance. Mexico's government and the nonprofit World Wildlife Fund, WWF, recently issued findings of their yearly joint study on the butterflies. The research shows that the monarch butterfly presence has shrunk to less than a hectare of forest area. In the mid-1990s, monarch butterflies could be found on around 18 hectares of the forest. The findings represent an almost 60% decrease in the monarch butterfly population compared to last year's study. It is also the second lowest population finding since the first study took place more than 30 years ago. Biologists blame the drop on higher than usual temperatures and dry conditions in the northwestern U.S., where the butterfly reproduces. The weather conditions affect the growth of milkweed, the plant where the butterflies lay their eggs. When the young arrive, milkweed is their food for a time. In one of the planet's famous wildlife migrations, the butterflies travel south as many as 4,500 kilometers from places as far north as Canada. They spend the winter in warmer Mexico, where millions of the insects stay in trees that protect them from the rain and cold. Monarch butterfly populations change year to year. As recently as 2021, the same study showed a 35% increase to cover around 2.8 hectares. Officials and activists called for more action to help the species. Such calls include the need to reduce threats posed by herbicides that destroy milkweed and the need to protect forests. We can't lower our guard, Jorge Rickards, head of WWF's Mexico office, told reporters after releasing the latest data. I'm John Russell. Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word migration. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the term used to describe the movements of large numbers of the butterflies. Let's listen again. In one of the planet's famous wildlife migrations, the butterflies travel south as many as 4,500 kilometers from places as far north as Canada. They spend the winter in warmer Mexico, where millions of the insects stay in trees that protect them from the rain and cold. Migration is a noun. We spell it like this: M-I-G-R-A-T-I-O-N. It is related to the verb form migrate. We spell migrate like this: M-I-G-R-A-T-E. Migration, the noun, and migrate, the verb, generally suggest the idea of moving from one place to another place. When we talk about birds or animals specifically, migration and migrate suggest movement from one area to another area at different times of the year. There is generally a connection with the seasons of the year. That is why the report says that the butterflies spend the winter in warmer Mexico. How might we use migrate and migration to summarize what we have heard in this report? If we were to use the verb form migrate, we could say that the monarch butterflies migrate south to spend the winter in a warmer climate. If we were to use the noun form migration, we could say that the monarch butterfly migration is one of the most famous wildlife migrations in the world. We use the term migration to describe all kinds of large movements of animals: bird migrations, whale migrations, caribou migrations, and so on. So, the next time you read about animals, or watch a show about the natural world, pay careful attention to the word migration. You can ask yourself questions like, why do the animals migrate at that time of year? Or, what is the purpose of their migration? Asking these kinds of questions can help you practice using language that you have learned. You will also develop your appreciation of the natural world, its complexity, its richness, and its wonder. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
Our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, John Russell has an update on the first patient to receive a brain chip from Neuralink. Brian Lynn presents this week's technology report. Finally, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins bring us today's lesson of the day. But first, South Korea's biggest hospitals canceled medical procedures and turned away patients seeking emergency care on Wednesday. The moves came after thousands of trainee doctors walked off the job to protest a government plan to increase the number of people admitted to medical school. One hospital, the Asan Medical Center in Seoul, had a sign saying its emergency division was only taking heart attack cases. The emergency departments at 4 other major hospitals were also on red alert. That means they did not have room for more patients. It is so frustrating that the resident doctors' strike is happening now, the brother of a cancer patient told the newspaper Jungan Ilbo. He added that he and his brother had spent 10 hours looking for a hospital bed. The health ministry says 7,813 doctors have walked out of their jobs since protests began this week. The doctors object to a plan by the government to increase the number of medical students. The plan aims to bring more health workers to rural areas and meet the demands of one of the world's most quickly aging societies. The government wants to increase the number of medical students from 3,000 to 5,000 by the 2025 school year. It aims to add up to 10,000 more by 2035. The protesters, however, say South Korea has enough doctors. They say the government needs to improve the pay and working conditions of doctors before increasing the number of medical students. South Korea's population of 52 million had 2.6 doctors per 1,000 people in 2022. Those numbers are far below the average of 3.7 doctors per 1,000 people for developed countries in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Public opinion studies in South Korea show many Koreans support the government plan. Last week, a Gallup Korea study said about 76% of South Koreans back the government's plan to increase the number of medical students. One group taking part in the protest called the plan a political measure ahead of a general election in April. We couldn't just sit back and watch medical policies built only for the sake of winning the general election, the Korea Interns and Residents Association said in a statement. Local media said between 1/3 and half of scheduled surgeries at 5 major hospitals have been canceled due to the walkout. The protests have continued despite a government order for the doctors to return to work. Vice Health Minister Park Min-soo told reporters, "The basic calling of medical professionals is to protect the health and lives of the people, and any group action that threatens that cannot be justified." Safety Minister Lee Sang-min later threatened the protest leaders with possible arrest. The police and the prosecutor's office will consult and take measures against any group or individuals who are leading collective action, including arrest and investigation.
Patient who received a brain chip from Neuralink appears to have fully recovered. The patient is able to control a computer mouse using their thoughts, Neuralink's founder Elon Musk said recently. In an event on social media service X, Musk said, "Progress is good, and the patient seems to have made a full recovery, with no ill effects that we are aware of. Patient is able to move a mouse around the screen by just thinking." Musk said Neuralink was now trying to get as many mouse button clicks as possible from the patient. Neuralink did not immediately reply to Reuters' request for further details. The company successfully implanted a chip in its first human patient last month, after receiving approval for studying human volunteers in September. The study uses a robot to surgically place a brain-computer interface implant into an area of the brain that controls the intention to move, Neuralink has said. The company added that the goal is to enable people to control a computer cursor or keyboard using their thoughts. Musk has big hopes for Neuralink. He has suggested its chip devices could help treat conditions like obesity, autism, depression, and schizophrenia. Neuralink, which was valued at about $5 billion last year, has faced repeated calls for careful study of its safety rules and processes. Last month, the company got a fine for breaking U.S. Department of Transportation rules regarding the movement of hazardous materials. I'm John Russell.
Study found that a majority of retired people who experienced virtual reality, VR, said they liked using the technology. The study is part of an effort that aims to find ways older adults, known as seniors, can use VR systems. Earlier research has shown the technology can improve emotional health and reduce loneliness in some individuals. It might also help dementia patients better deal with their condition. During the study, VR systems were introduced in 17 different retirement communities across the United States. A total of 245 people between the ages of 65 and 103 took part in the experiment. The seniors chose from different VR environments, offering digital experiences that lasted several minutes. They wore headsets providing a full 360 degrees of sights and sounds to recreate realistic digital environments. Examples of the digital experiences included parachuting, riding in vehicles, watching music performances, playing with animals or visiting famous places. The experiments were led by researchers at Stanford University in Northern California. The scientists worked on the project with a Texas-based company called Mind Immersive, which designs VR products for aging people. The researchers said nearly 80% of those taking part in the experiment reported that their emotional state had improved after the VR experience. Nearly 60% of the seniors said the VR system also helped them feel less isolated socially. The team recently published the study results in the publication Cyberpsychology, Behavior, and Social Networking. The study also collected information from caregivers of people involved in the study. Nearly 75% of caregivers said the moods of the seniors improved after using VR, and more than 80% of test subjects and 95% of caregivers said talking about the VR experience improved relationships with others. Ryan Moore is a doctoral candidate at Stanford University who led the research. He told the Associated Press that for most of the seniors involved, it was their first time using VR. They enjoyed it, Moore said. He added they were likely to recommend it to others, and they looked forward to doing it again. Pharrell Patrick is a 91-year-old retired Army officer who took part in the VR experiment. He used to teach computer science at the United States Military Academy at West Point and 2 private universities as well. Patrick now lives in a retirement community in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Patrick experienced the VR flight of a Navy fighter pilot along the coast of Florida. "Oh my God, that's beautiful," he told the AP while wearing the VR headset. Terry Colley is a former public relations director at the Canadian Embassy in Washington, D.C. The 76-year-old told the AP of his 2022 VR experience. "It brought back memories of my travels and brought back memories of my experience growing up on a farm." Anne Selby is a 79-year-old retired counselor and artist. She said her VR experience stimulated every area of her brain as well as all the senses. "I particularly enjoyed the ones dealing with pets because I have a cat and I've had pets most of my life," Selby said. The Florida community where Pharrell Patrick lives, John Knox Village, has carried out VR experiments with seniors suffering from Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. The researchers said the technology helped the individuals remember things from their past that some wanted to share with their caregivers. Hannah Salem, a worker at John Knox, told the AP, "It is like they come back to life when they tell their story." She added that some dementia patients who normally do not speak a lot sometimes perk up after going through a VR experience. They'll start laughing and saying, "Ooh, I'm going to catch the butterflies," Salem explained. The catching of butterflies is part of a game Mind Immersive developed to help seniors improve their movements and flexibility as they stand and reach for objects. I'm Brian Lynn.
talk more about his technology report. Hi, Brian. Thanks for being here.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
This week, your report was about new research showing how virtual reality systems can have good benefits for older people. We heard a lot about the positive results, but were there also things about the experiences the seniors did not like?
Yes, this particular study centered very much on the positive effects of the VR testing in retirement homes across the U.S. Really, the only negative reactions reported were linked to the VR equipment itself. For example, some found the headset too heavy, while others felt it gave off too much heat. And some people also experienced some stomach sickness using the VR. But these are honestly issues experienced by many using VR for the first time, and people do tend to get more used to the systems over time.
And did the story note any differences among age groups in the seniors who took part in these experiments?
So the researchers did say that generally seniors in their 80s and 90s seem to enjoy the experiments less than those in their 70s. And in questioning people, they found some users sometimes felt physical limitations in their range of motion. So since VR offers full 360-degree experiences, individuals move their necks around a lot and can also be making extended movements with their arms and hands. So the team is working on adjustments to try to address these issues and improve the overall comfort of the systems for future experiments.
Okay, thanks again for joining me, Brian, and thank you for that report.
You're welcome. Thank you.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
Music means it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Andrew Smith, and I'm joined by Dr. Jill Robbins. Hi, Jill.
Hi, Andrew.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
Lesson 26 of Level 2 of this series is about lookalikes. Lookalikes are two people who look very similar.
But just because two people look alike doesn't mean they act alike. To act alike means to behave in the same way as another person. In today's lesson, you will hear many adjectives to describe two very different kinds of people. Lesson 26 also repeats some expressions and grammar from previous lessons in the series.
Let's listen to Pete and Penelope tell Anna about her lookalike.
Yesterday at work, I met a woman who looks just like you.
Really? Wait, are you making fun of me?
Not this time. She's tall and has curly hair, but even her face looks like yours. I think she's a career consultant.
I bet she has a lot of great advice. I can't wait to meet her.
Yes, you can. I met her, and she is very difficult.
Pete, she's just new. We have to give her a chance. What's her name?
Evelina or something like that. You can't miss her. She always wears a hat.
So, Anna, have you met the new consultant yet?
No, but I've already heard. We look alike, don't we?
Yeah, but you don't act alike. You're much nicer than she is.
Maybe she gets nervous at new jobs. Or maybe she's shy. Let's not judge, Penelope.
As usual, Anna tries to be very positive and helpful.
Pete, she's just new. We have to give her a chance.
To give someone a chance means to give them time and opportunities to do well or do good things.
Now, let's see what happens when Anna meets her lookalike.
This is going to be so much fun. Boy, I can't wait to play this game. How much longer are you going to be? We'll just be a minute. You must be Evelina. I'm Anna. We are lookalikes. No, we're not. And my name is pronounced Evelina.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
You had better hurry up. I need this room for a lecture. It's called, If You Want to Win, Others Must Lose. What is all this stuff anyway? It's a game. We're going to play at lunch. It's a stupid child's game. It's a fun game. But yes, it is for children. Well, you may be childish, but I'm not. And you look stupid with that thing on your head. Oh yeah? Well, you look serious with that look on your face. Come on, Pete. Let's go play somewhere else.
Evelina sounds like a terrible person.
She really does. For one thing, she is not polite. Instead of asking nicely, she warns Anna and Pete that they need to finish their game quickly.
You had better hurry up. I need this room for a lecture. It's called, If You Want to Win, Others Must Lose.
As we explained in a recent podcast, the expression had better gives advice in a strong way, almost like a warning. I think of a mother using this expression often.
Yes, or maybe a teacher occasionally. Yes, you'd better do such and such. Also, Evil Anna says that Anna is childish. Childish has a negative connotation. A connotation is the feeling that people connect to a word.
To be childish means not having good judgment or good control of one's emotions. So it's not a nice thing to say to an adult.
However, there is another word, childlike, which has a more positive connotation. That word refers to the good aspects of childhood, such as being curious, open, innocent, and other qualities.
I'm Jill Robbins, and you're listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. Earlier, Andrew mentioned that Lesson 26 of Level 2 has grammar that we explained in previous lessons. Listen again to Penelope and Anna and see if you know what verb tense they use in this exchange.
So, Anna, have you met the new consultant yet?
No, but I've already heard.
Did you hear the present perfect tense? Penelope said, "Have you met?" And Anna said, "I've already heard." That tense connects past actions to the present situation.
Now, let's find out more about Evelina. Penelope and Anna are playing a game, and Pete asks to join them. Penelope notices that Pete has a dark circle around his left eye.
Hey, do you guys have room for one more?
Sure, Pete. Come on over. What happened to your eye?
Evil Anna accidentally hit me. And she didn't even say sorry. She's so mean.
I told you so.
Here, Pete, put on this headband. You'll feel better. Penelope, you're right. Evil Anna is an awful person.
And violent. And now we have to work with her.
Haven't you heard? She's gone. She was given another assignment.
In the end, Evil Anna's new job is collecting garbage outside the office.
I guess it doesn't pay to be a mean person.
You are correct. Now, let's talk about more adjectives you can use to describe a good person and a bad person. Anna used the word awful when describing Evil Anna.
Penelope, you're right. Evil Anna is an awful person.
Awful just means very bad. Terrible means the same thing. We can also say that Evil Anna is unkind, self-centered, mean, and thoughtless. Thoughtless means Evil Anna does not think or care about how her actions might hurt other people.
And thoughtful is the opposite of thoughtless. A thoughtful person, like you, Jill, tries to think about what other people need and tries not to hurt their feelings.
Hey, I just follow the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
I think that's good advice. Other words to describe nice people include the adjectives caring, generous, cooperative, kind, sweet, and considerate.
Considerate means you take other people's needs and feelings into consideration. In other words, it means the same thing as thoughtful.
So, just like I can say Jill is thoughtful, I can say that Jill is considerate.
And you are too, Andrew.
Well, thank you. I try to be most of the time.
Let's remind our listeners what they can find on our website.
Yes, let's do that. Each lesson of the Let's Learn English series has a lesson plan you can download for free. The plans can be helpful for both students and teachers.
And remember that you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks for listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
That's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English. a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. On today's program, I report on an Alabama Supreme Court ruling that embryos can be considered children. Gregory Stockel has a story on a man who lived years for free in a famous New York City hotel. Dan Friedel and Katie Weaver have a story on 200 years of dinosaur research. For the Everyday Grammar lesson, John Russell reviews listener responses to the question of what is popular in their country. But first, the Supreme Court of Alabama has ruled that frozen embryos can be considered children under state law. The ruling immediately influenced the way fertility treatment services operate in the southeastern U.S. state. On Wednesday, the University of Alabama Birmingham Hospital said it paused all fertility treatments while it considers the ruling's significance. The court decision involved 2 wrongful death cases brought by 3 couples who had frozen embryos destroyed in an accident at a fertility center. In their decision, the justices noted recent and long-standing parts of the Alabama Constitution. The justices ruled that an 1872 state law permitting parents to bring legal action over the death of a minor child applies to all unborn children, regardless of their location. Unborn children are children without exception based on developmental stage, physical location, or any other characteristics, Justice J. Mitchell wrote. The High Court released the ruling on February 16th. Mitchell said the court had ruled earlier that fetuses killed while a woman is pregnant are covered under Alabama's Wrongful Death of a Minor Act. Nothing excludes extrauterine children from the Act's coverage, he wrote. The ruling is likely to influence fertility treatments and the activity of freezing of embryos, which are fertilized eggs. A court opinion in Virginia last year said that frozen embryos can be considered property. Barbara Kalura is chief of Resolve, the National Infertility Association, a nonprofit group based in Virginia. Kalura told the Associated Press that the ruling raises questions for in vitro fertilization, or IVF, the method of fertilizing eggs in a laboratory. She said the ruling is stating that a fertilized egg, which is a clump of cells, is now a person. It really puts into question the practice of IVF. The group called the Alabama High Court's decision terrifying for people affected by infertility. She said the ruling also raises questions for providers of IVF services and for patients. It is unclear whether they can freeze embryos created during fertility treatment or if patients could ever donate or destroy unused embryos. Sean Tipton is a spokesman with the American Society for Reproductive Medicine. He said at least one Alabama fertility center was told to stop IVF treatments by the hospital overseeing it since the decision. Dr. Paula Amato is president of the American Society for Reproductive Medicine in Washington, D.C. She said no healthcare provider will be willing to provide treatments if those treatments may lead to civil or criminal charges. The couples in the Alabama case had undergone IVF treatments that led to the creation of several embryos. Some of the embryos were implanted, and resulted in healthy births. The couples paid to keep the other embryos frozen in a storage center at the Mobile Infirmary Medical Center. A patient in 2020 entered the area and removed several embryos, dropping them on the floor and killing them, the ruling said. The justices then ruled that couple's wrongful death legal case could go forward. The clinic and hospital that are defendants in the case could ask the court to reconsider its decision. One group that opposes abortion, the nonprofit Live Action, supported the decision. Each person, from the tiniest embryo to an elder nearing the end of his life, deserves and is guaranteed legal protection, said President Lila Rose in a statement. Justice Greg Cook wrote the only full dissent to the majority opinion. He said the 1872 law did not define minor child, and the meaning of the term was being extended to cover frozen embryos. He added, the ruling almost certainly ends the creation of frozen embryos through in vitro fertilization, IVF, in Alabama. The Alabama Supreme Court decision partly depended on language added to the Alabama Constitution in 2018. It states it is the policy of the state to ensure the protection of the rights of the unborn child.
A New York City man lived for free in a famous central New York City hotel. He made use of a little-known housing rule to avoid paying. But government lawyers recently said Mickey Barretto went too far. He turned in paperwork claiming ownership of the whole New Yorker hotel building. And he also tried to have another person pay him for living there. Last week, Barretto was arrested and charged with turning in false property records, a criminal offense. The 48-year-old man says he was surprised when police showed up at his boyfriend's apartment with guns and protective gear. I said, "Oh, I thought you were doing something for Valentine's Day to spice up the relationship until I saw the female officers," Barretto recalled, telling his boyfriend. Valentine's Day is a holiday where people celebrate love. The charges against Barretto came after years of legal battles. They began when he and his boyfriend paid about $200 to stay in one of the more than 1,000 rooms in the hotel built in 1930. Barretto says he had just moved to New York from Los Angeles, California, when his boyfriend told him about a little-known part of housing law that permits people who stay in single rooms in buildings built before 1969 to demand a 6-month contract. Barretto claimed that because he had paid for a night in the hotel, he was counted as a tenant. He asked for a contract to stay, and the hotel immediately had him leave. Barretto said he went to court the next day, and the judge denied him. But he said, "I appealed to the state Supreme Court, and I won the appeal." But he added that at an important point in the case, Lawyers for the building's owners did not show up, which permitted him to win by default. The judge ordered the hotel to give Barreto a key. He said he lived there until July 2023 without paying for his room because the building's owners did not want to work out a contract with him, but they could not ask him to leave. New York City prosecutors agree that the housing court gave Barreto possession of his room, but they say he did not stop there. In 2019, he put false paperwork on a city website claiming that the Holy Spirit Association for the Unification of World Christianity had turned over the ownership of the entire building to him. The organization bought the property in 1976. The church was founded in South Korea by the late Reverend Sun Myung Moon. Barreto then tried to charge different groups as the owner of the building. The prosecutor's office said they include demanding payments from one of the hotel's tenants and demanding the hotel put its bank accounts in his name. The Unification Church took Barreto to court in 2019 over the building's ownership claim. The case is ongoing, but a judge ruled that Barreto cannot present himself as the owner in the meantime. A Unification Church spokesperson did not comment on his arrest, as there is an ongoing civil case. In that case, Barreto argued that the judge who gave him possession of his room indirectly gave him the entire building because it had never been subdivided. I never intended to commit any fraud. I don't believe I ever committed any fraud, Barreto said. He said he never made any money out of this. Barreto said he aims to deny profits to the Unification Church. The church, known for holding large weddings, has been accused of misleading people to gain members and criticized by some over its friendly relationship with North Korea, where Moon was born. Barreto said he has never paid for a lawyer and has always represented himself in civil cases. Last week, he secured criminal defense legal representation. I'm Gregory Stockel.
February 20th, 1824, British scientist and Christian clergyman William Buckland spoke before the Geological Society of London. He described the find of a huge jaw and other bones at a rock mine in the village of Stonesfield, near Oxford, England. Buckland recognized that these fossils belonged to a huge reptile of the long past. He gave it the scientific name Megalosaurus, meaning great lizard. With that, the first dinosaur was officially recognized, although the word dinosaur did not come for several more years. Buckland's talk was the beginning of our fascination with dinosaurs, says University of Edinburgh paleontologist Steve Broussat. His announcement opened the floodgates, he said, and many people launched their own fossil hunts. People went out looking for other giant bones in England and beyond, Broussat said. In the almost 200 years since, dinosaur science has ballooned. Researchers have learned much about how these creatures looked, lived, and developed or evolved. Scientists also learned what caused the disappearance of the ancient animals. Dinosaurs lived from about 231 million years ago to 66 million years ago during the Mesozoic era. They are ancestors to birds of today. Science has identified over 2,000 species of dinosaur. Our understanding of dinosaurs has changed significantly since the 19th century, said paleontologist Emma Nichols of the Oxford University Museum of Natural History. It is home to the Megalosaurus fossils that Buckland studied.
By the 1840s, other dinosaur researchers were learning that some dinosaurs walked on 4 legs, and others walked on 2 legs. The Megalosaurus belongs to a group known as theropods. The group also includes meat-eaters, Tyrannosaurus, and Spinosaurus, animals which scampered on their legs. Both species grew to about 9 meters tall and used their sharp claws and strong, toothy jaws to overpower prey, Broussat said. Evidence of dinosaurs has been found all around the world. The first complete dinosaur skeletons were set up in the 1870s. In the 1960s, the discovery of a small dinosaur changed popular thinking about the animal group. Deinonychus was a fast-moving meat-eater. Some smaller dinosaurs, like Archaeopteryx, were found to be very much like early birds in body structure. The new research confirmed how birds evolved from small feathered dinosaurs. In the years that followed, scientists used new imaging tools to learn more about how dinosaurs grew and moved. Other tools permitted them to make good guesses about their colors, because some dinosaur remains had small pieces of skin or feathers that contained pigment or color. Thomas Holtz is a paleontologist at the University of Maryland. He said, "All of the research created a more dynamic and biological view of dinosaurs as living things. In recent years, fossils have been found in China, Argentina, Brazil, South Africa, and Mongolia." Hans-Dieter Seuss is a paleontologist at the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. He said the most important recent discovery is that the theropods were covered with feathers, although they could not fly. He said the feathers kept the dinosaurs warm and were used for show. One question that concerned scientists from the beginning was why the dinosaurs died. They came up with many theories. One scientist even said small mammals might have eaten all the dinosaur eggs.
Scientists have since settled on an answer. They believe an asteroid that hit the Earth in what is now southern Mexico was to blame for the disappearance of dinosaurs. Experts believe the event destroyed about 75% of life on Earth including all its dinosaurs. But what if there had been no asteroid? Would dinosaurs still rule the world today? Holtz of the University of Maryland says, almost certainly yes. He notes that some mammals existed at the time of dinosaurs, but they were all small. He said dinosaurs would have needed to evolve as the Earth cooled and some forests dried out. In the last 200 years, scientists also have a better idea of the largest and smallest dinosaurs. One 2023 study said the largest dinosaur was Argentinosaurus, which measured about 35 meters long and weighed 76 tons. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Friedel.
Lesson, we asked our readers and listeners to write to us about what is popular in their country. In today's lesson, we will explore some of what was written to us. Our audience will be the guides of our imaginative tour of cultures around the world. We will learn about English grammar on the way. Let's start with a message from a friend in Turkey.
Greetings from Turkey. I am Furkan. I think Kıvanç Tatlıtuğ is a popular in Turkey because the whole country knows him.
Furkan wrote a very clear message. Our main suggestion is to remove a couple of words and add a little more explanation. We can take out the words I think. We can also remove the part about the whole country knows him. When we say someone is popular, we can assume that many or most people in a place know about the person. You could also explain a little more deeply why Kıvanç Tatlıtuğ is popular. For example, you might say he is handsome, talented, and so on. So, you might update the message to something like this. Kıvanç Tatlıtuğ is popular in Turkey because he is handsome, talented, and wealthy. Now let's examine part of a message from Gorka in Venezuela. Gorka says this about baseball, a popular sport in the country.
This sport is practiced by people of all ages and in all the states of the country. There are many baseball schools, some of them sponsored by American baseball organizations. Every year, more than 100 Venezuelan baseball players go to USA to play in the MLB or other related leagues. Not surprisingly, these players inspire younger baseball players to follow their steps.
Gorka wrote an excellent description. Our main suggestion is to pay careful attention to short words. Instead of that, we can use than, as in more than 100 Venezuelan baseball players. And we want to add the in front of USA like this. Every year, more than 100 Venezuelan baseball players go to the USA to play in the MLB or other related leagues. A final word about the last sentence from Gorka. While it is correct to say follow their steps, in this situation, we often say follow in their footsteps. We use follow in their footsteps when someone does something before us and we follow what they did. For example, if your father is a doctor and you become a doctor, you could say that you are following in your father's footsteps. Now let's turn to Japan. An unnamed reader sent us this note about a popular food.
Most popular food in Japan is ramen. I think because ramen has huge kinds of taste.
The message is clear and to the point. Once again, we need to pay special attention to short words and remove a few other words. We need to include the word the at the beginning of the message, as in, the most popular food in Japan is ramen. While the meaning of huge kinds of taste is understandable, we might instead use different structures to express the same idea. For example, English speakers might say that the taste is complex, bold, or rich. We might update the entire message to something like this. The most popular food in Japan is ramen because it has a rich, complex taste. Finally, Raphael from Spain writes to us. He notes that he does not like the most popular sport, soccer. Raphael ends his message with the following.
Since I don't like soccer, I feel a little weirdo. But not as much as you, John, who are in love with grammar. Thank you very much for your teaching, John. See you soon.
Raphael wrote a very light-hearted, humorous message. The main correction needed is to add the word like after the verb feel and remove the word little. So, the statement could become, since I don't like soccer, I feel like a weirdo. A quick note about the term weirdo. We often use it in a negative or disapproving way. So you should be careful about using it. If you choose to use the term, make sure that the person it is directed at understands that you are not being serious. Raphael's message, for example, clearly used the word in a joking manner. Still, his point is correct. I am a grammar weirdo. And that's Everyday Grammar. I'm John Russell.
You just heard this week's Everyday Grammar. John Russell joins us now to talk a little bit more about the lesson. Welcome, John.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, if you had to summarize the most important feedback from the lesson, what would you say?
The main suggestions are to pay attention to short words, prepositions, articles, etc., and to use clauses that begin with because to provide an explanation. We received many wonderful messages, but the messages often separated the explanation into a separate sentence.
In some cases, that might be called for.
Yes, absolutely. But if the goal is to provide a simple, clear explanation, then using a clause that starts with because is a great way to structure your sentence.
For example, you might say this. Soccer is popular in many countries because it does not require a lot of costly equipment.
Yes, that's right. Or you might say this. Yacht racing is not a very popular activity because it requires very costly equipment, a yacht.
Another important lesson. Yacht racing is much more costly than soccer. Thanks for coming on the show, John.
Thanks for having me. See you next time.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. On the show today, we'll hear reports from Gregory Stockel and Brian Lynn. Gina Bennett presents Ask a Teacher. And we close the show with an American story, The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain. But first,
researchers from Cuba are working with a Canadian partner to learn more about migratory birds that travel between North America and Cuba each year. Daniela Ventura is a bird biologist at the University of Havana in Cuba. On a recent day, she caught a catbird with a net in the capital city's botanical gardens. The small gray animal is one of the species of migratory birds that fly from the United States and Canada to Cuba each winter. Ventura calls out observations to her students, who take notes nearby. She describes the species, its weight, and its estimated body fat. The information provides new data for a joint project between Canada and Cuba. Ventura and the other project researchers hope to learn more about how and where the birds spend their winters in Cuba. We know a lot about their ecology in the breeding zone in North America, but very little about what happens in their wintering zone, Ventura said. Part of the problem is politics, said Lourdes Mujica. She is an expert on birds and helped organize the research. A long-lasting U.S. embargo has made cooperation between the United States and Cuba difficult. That includes scientific research. Migratory birds, of course, are indifferent to the restrictions. Birds don't understand embargoes or geographic borders. They don't need a visa to enter our country, Mujica said. I hope there comes a time when relations are normal and that we can have joint projects between the U.S. and Cuba. Mujica says the project, with partnership from Environment and Climate Change Canada, suggests what is possible. Martín Acosta, another leading bird expert in Cuba, agrees. The Canadian and Cuban partners put up a radio telemetry antenna in Cuba. The antenna operates as part of an international research network called MODIS. It is the first time Cuba has been included in the MODIS network. The antenna can follow birds that have been radio tagged in other parts of North America. It recently found in Cuba a small Swainson's thrush. The bird was first tagged in Canada's British Columbia, 5,000 kilometers away from the Caribbean nation. We never thought we'd reach the level of sophistication we now enjoy, said Acosta. Sophistication means highly developed and complex. Both Mujica and Acosta remember the hard days during their careers in science. Mujica said she lost over 30 kilograms doing research many years ago, at a time when food in Cuba was hard to find. It is still hard to carry out their research some days, they say. Their 20-year-old truck needed a push start on a recent morning, for example. But the teams celebrate small victories. The catbird that Ventura recently captured had been given an identifying leg band back in November at the same place, data showed. The bird had gained body fat in the 3 months since, ahead of its migration north across the Gulf of Mexico. Ventura said, "To think these little birds, which weigh less than 10 grams, cross the sea and come back and survive is spectacular." I'm Gregory Stockel.
Polonaise is a traditional Polish dance that was once banned in the country. Now, the United Nations is honoring the dance. UNESCO stands for the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. On December 5th, the Polonaise entered UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. The UN organization noted that the dance symbolizes cooperation, reconciliation, and equality. The dance is believed to have started in the 18th century. It has been performed at parties for the rich and powerful and at village celebrations. The Polonaise has inspired music by composers such as Johann Sebastian Bach and Frédéric Chopin, and it remains an important part of school and family celebrations. Poland's Ministry of Culture and National Heritage asked for the Polonaise to be included on UNESCO's list. The ministry said its request received huge public support. Thousands of people on Facebook and on other social media were supporting the UNESCO entry. Joanna Kicia-Kuszinska of the ministry's Department of Monuments Protection told the Associated Press. She said there is a huge community, including whole families, that dance the Polonaise and pass the tradition on. In the Polonaise, a whole group can dance together, explained Marcin Praczki, a dancer of the Warsaw University's Dance Theater. Another dancer, Monika Fugaska, said the dance's simplicity is its strength. She added that the Polonaise can express emotions in a special way. The dance developed from a traditional form called the walking dance. By the 18th century, it had become popular at royal European balls or dance parties. The word Polonaise is French for Polish. Szymon Paczkowski is a musicology professor at the University of Warsaw. He agrees that the dance should be on UNESCO's list. It is a dance with not only Polish, but an international tradition, he said. In the late 18th century, Russia, Prussia, and Austria divided and controlled Poland for more than 100 years. Russia banned the Polonaise in the areas it took over. During this time, the Polonaise became an important connection to Poland for Polish people, especially those in foreign countries. This included Chopin, who left Poland in 1830 and moved to Paris the following year. Today, Chopin's Polonaises remain among the most popular pieces for classical piano. In Poland, the Polonaise has now become the opening dance at high school pre-graduation balls. After World War II, Poland's communist officials banned it from schools. The officials worried about its connection to Polish patriotism and former rulers. 19-year-old Gabrysia Kosmal was among the students at one of Warsaw's high schools who performed the Polonaise this month. She noted that although there are conflicts between students, when they dance the Polonaise, they come together. It's a magical moment, she said. The Polonaise is regularly performed during national anniversaries, including the November 11th Independence Day. On this day, people are invited to dance in the streets with officials. Natalia Berna is an 18-year-old student who took part in a large street dance in the central city of Lodz last month. She said the Polonaise brings people together at a time when the community needs it. She added that it is important to keep the tradition alive. The leader of the Lodz street dance, Janusz Wilgosz, said the Polonaise is about beauty. It is a dance that is really very simple, with beautiful music and beautiful costumes. It is worth a try, he said. I'm Andrew Smith.
On Ask a Teacher, we answer a question from teacher Saharawi. My student answered a question I asked in a written test as follows. Yes, consumers do adopt new habits. Shall I consider the answer grammatically incorrect because of the use of auxiliary do, even though the rest of the sentence is okay? Thanks for answering. Thanks for writing, Saharawi. Your question points out an important purpose for do in statements. We know that do does many things in English. It can serve as an auxiliary verb in negative statements. For example, I don't have any money. It can also serve as an auxiliary verb in questions. Does Brent have to work on weekends? What do you think? Or it can provide a short answer to a yes/no question. Yes, I do. No, I don't. In addition to all that, it can make imperatives or commands more polite. Do come in. Do can also be used to make sentences clearer and shorter. Bill likes to swim, and so does Betty. You asked if the sentence your student wrote is grammatically incorrect because of the use of do. Well, there is one function of do which we have not yet discussed. Emphasis. Do is one way users of English bring attention to a whole or part of a message. A whole sentence can be emphasized by adding do. For example, it does taste good. We did enjoy the play. I do want to learn. The sentence you ask about is grammatically correct. The use of do shows emphasis. I'm not sure if this is what your student meant when he wrote do. He might need a little more help with answering questions, but the sentence is grammatically correct. Please let us know if this explanation has helped you. Saharui, do you have a question about American English? Send us an email at learningenglish@voanews.com. And that's Ask a Teacher. I'm Gina Bennett.
Now, an American story. Here is The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain.
A friend of mine in the East asked me to visit old Simon Wheeler to ask about my friend's friend, Leonidas W. Smiley. I did as my friend asked me to do, and this story is the result. I found Simon Wheeler sleeping by the stove in the ruined mining camp of Angels. I saw that he was fat and had no hair, and had a gentle and simple look upon his peaceful face. He woke up and gave me good day. I told him a friend had asked me to find out about a friend named Leonidas W. Smiley, who he heard was at one time living in Angel's Camp. I added that if Mr. Wheeler could tell me anything about this Leonidas W. Smiley, I would feel a great responsibility to him. Simon Wheeler forced me into a corner with his chair and began telling me this long story. He never smiled, he never frowned, but all through the endless story there was a feeling of great seriousness and honesty. This showed me plainly that he thought the heroes of the story were men of great intelligence. I let him go on in his own way and never stopped him once. This is the story Simon Wheeler told. Leonidas Well, there was a man here once by the name of Jim Smiley in the winter of 1849, or maybe it was the spring of 1850. Anyway, he was the strangest man. He was always making money on anything that turned up, if he could get anybody to try to make money on the other side. And if he could not do that, he would change sides. And he was lucky, uncommon lucky. He most always was a winner. If there was a dog fight, he would try to win money on it. If there was a cat fight, he would take the risk. If there was a chicken fight, he would try to win money on it. Why, if there was two birds sitting on a fence, he would want you to decide which one would fly first so he could win money. Lots of the boys here have seen Nat Smiley and can tell you about him. Why, it did not matter to him. He would try to make money on anything. He was the most unusual man. Parson Walker's wife was very sick once for a long time, and it seemed as if they were not going to save her. But one morning he come in, and Smiley asked him how his wife was, and he said she was better, thank God. And Smiley, before he thought, says, "Well, I'll risk my money. She will not get well." And Smiley had a little small dog. To look at the dog, you would think he was not worth anything but to sit around and look mean and look for a chance to steal something. But as soon as there was money, he was a different dog. Another dog might attack and throw him around 2 or 3 times. Then, all of a sudden, Smiley's dog would grab that other dog by his back leg and hang on till the men said it was over. Smiley always come out the winner on that dog, at least until he found a dog once that did not have any back legs. The dog's legs had been cut off in a machine. Well, the fighting continued long enough, and the money was gone. Then, when Smiley's dog come to make a grab the other dog's back legs, he saw in a minute how there was a problem. The other dog was going to win, and Smiley's dog looked surprised and did not try to win the fight anymore. He gave Smiley a look that said he was sorry for fighting a dog that did not have any back legs for him to hold, which he needed to win the fight. Then Smiley's dog walked away, laid down, and died. He was a good dog, and would have made a name for himself if he had lived, for he had intelligence. It always makes me feel sorry when I think of that last fight of his and the way it turned out. Well, this Smiley had rats and chickens and cats and all of them kind of things. You could not get anything for him to risk money on, but he would match you. He caught a frog one day and took him home and said he was going to educate the frog. And so he never done nothing for 3 months but sit in his backyard and teach that frog to jump. And you bet you he did teach him too. He would give him a little hit from behind, and the next minute you would see that frog dancing in the air, and then come down all on his feet and all right, like a cat. Smiley got him so the frog was catching flies, and he would catch one of those insects every time. Smiley said all the frog wanted was education, and he could do almost anything, and I believe him. Why, I have seen him set Daniel Webster down here on this floor, Daniel Webster was the name of the frog, and sing out, "Flies, Daniel, flies." And quicker than you could shut your eyes, that frog would jump straight up and catch a fly off the table. Then he would fall down on the floor again, like a ball of dirt, and start rubbing the side of his head with his back foot, as if he had no idea he had been doing any more than any frog might do. You never seen a frog so honest and simple as he was, for all he was so skilled. And when it come to jumping, he could get over more ground in one jump than any animal of his kind that you ever saw. Smiley was very proud of his frog, And people who had traveled and been everywhere all said he was better than any frog they had ever seen. Well, one day a stranger came in and says to Smiley, "What might be that you have got in the box?" And Smiley says, "It's only just a frog." And the man took it and looked at it careful and turned it round this way and that and says, "So it is. Well, what is he good for?" Well, Smiley says, easy and careless, he can outjump any frog in Calaveras County. The man took the box again and took another long look and gave it back to Smiley and says, "I don't see anything about that frog that is any better than any other frog." "Maybe you don't," Smiley says. "Maybe you understand frogs, and maybe you don't. Anyways, I will risk $40 and bet you that he can jump farther than any frog in Calaveras County." And the man studied a minute. "Well, I'm only a stranger here, and I do not have a frog. But if I had a frog, I would risk my money on it." And then Smiley says, "That's all right. If you will hold my box a minute, I will go and get you a frog." And so the man took the box and put up his $40 and sat down to wait. He sat there a long time, thinking and thinking. Then he got the frog out of the box. He filled its mouth full of bullets used to kill small birds. Then he put the frog on the floor. Now Smiley had caught another frog and gave it to the man and said, "Now sit him next to Daniel, and I will give the word." Then Smiley says, "1, 2, 3, go," and Smiley and the other man touched the frogs. The new frog jumped. Daniel just lifted up his body, but could not move at all. He was planted like a building. Smiley was very surprised and angry too, but he did not know what the problem was. The other man took the money and started away, and when he was going out the door, he looked back and said, "Well, I don't see anything about that frog that is any better than any other frog." Smiley stood looking down at Daniel a long time, and at last says, "I wonder what in the nation happened to that frog. I wonder if there's something wrong with him." And he picked up Daniel and turned him upside down, and out came a whole lot of bullets. And Smiley was the angriest man. He set the frog down and took out after that man, but he never caught him. Now, Simon Wheeler heard his name called and got up to see what was wanted. He told me to wait, but I did not think that more stories about Jim Smiley would give me any more information about Leonidas W. Smiley, and so I started to walk away. At the door, I met Mr. Wheeler returning, and he started talking again. Well, this here Smiley had a yellow cow with one eye and no tail. However, lacking both time and interest, I did not wait to hear about the cow. I just left.
That's all the time we have for today's show, but join us again tomorrow for another VOA Learning English program. Thanks for listening. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
Today on the program, we have reports from Dan Novak, Gregory Stockel, and Gina Bennett. You'll want to listen to the Higher Education Report, which looks at American-style academic writing. Then, Ana Mateo joins us for Words and Their Stories. And now, here's Dan Novak.
Government scientists are aiming to replace coral at 7 places off the Florida Keys island group. But the Associated Press reports 3/4 of the newly cultivated coral has died because of warm water temperatures. The scientists are with the U.S. agency known as the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. They planted staghorn and elkhorn coral as part of the agency's mission, Iconic Reefs effort, first announced in 2019. The corals are being grown on structures in shallow water. The 2 species of coral are considered threatened. The scientists wanted to see how the cultivated species were doing. They visited 5 places where they had planted coral earlier. They hoped the coral had survived water temperatures reaching 30 degrees Celsius or more during the summer and fall. Last summer, students and volunteers tried to rescue the corals by removing them and temporarily putting them in tanks. But most of the coral did not survive. NOAA said only 22% of the 1,500 repopulated staghorn corals that they saw were still alive. Only 5% of the 1,000 replanted elkhorn corals were alive. At Lookie, the southernmost of the reefs they looked at, we did not find any live elkhorn or staghorn coral, not wild, not planted, said coral biologist Katie Lesneski. She is research and monitoring coordinator for NOAA's effort. It's really horrible to witness, Lesneski said just 2 days after the dives to observe coral had finished. Scientists blame human-caused climate change. They also note that the natural El Niño Pacific Ocean current affects weather in North America. They said these conditions are making the water too warm for the coral. Corals are small animal colonies that build rocky formations as they grow. There's still a lot of data to be collected to really understand, Lesneski said. She added, but we certainly have not seen something like this in recorded human history. Staghorn and elkhorn populations are important because they provide a structural framework for coral, Lesneski said. The scientists did see some wild coral alive and well, she said. Brain or boulder corals seemed to be doing better. The U.S. government and private groups plan to spend at least $97 million to place coral species grown on land or in the ocean in 7 places off the Florida Keys, the AP reports. Some of the species are native, and others have been crossbred to be hardier, Lesneski said. It is too early to tell which ones are better able to survive. Lesneski said NOAA measured water temperatures of 34 degrees Celsius at the planting places. Mark Eakin is with the International Coral Reef Society. He said they were actually seeing temperatures that they didn't think were possible. Eakin and the University of Victoria coral biologist Julia Baum said the findings raise concerns about trying to repopulate coral reefs by cultivating coral in very warm water. Lesneski said she understands that concern, and researchers are looking to see what they could do to breed more heat-resistant coral. But for now, if we want to have reefs, we do have to do our best to conserve, be good stewards, and restore to the degree we can, she said. I'm Dan Novak.
The Roman Catholic Church has been trying for years to inform the public that its secret collection of documents is not secret. The Vatican has opened documents of World War II period Pope Pius XII to researchers. It even changed the official name of the archive to remove the word secret. Recently, the chief of what is now called the Vatican Apostolic Archive, Archbishop Sergio Pagano, spoke to the Associated Press. Pagano told some of the secrets he had uncovered in the 45 years of working in the archive. The Vatican's archive is one of the world's most important stores of documents. In a new book-length interview called Secretum, Pagano explained some of the largely unknown details of the history of the Vatican and its relations with the outside world over the past 1,200 years. The interviews took place as discussions over a year with Italian reporter Massimo Franco. Pagano explains everything from French leader Napoleon taking documents to the 1922 financial support for the election of a pope from Catholics in the U.S.
It's the first time, and it will also be the last, because I'm about to leave, said Pagano, who is 75. He also spoke to the AP before his expected retirement later this year. The archive has 85 kilometers of space for books, much of it underground, in a 2-story, fireproof, secure area. The archive works much as any national or private archive would. Researchers request permission to visit and then request documents to study in reading rooms. Most recently, researchers have been going to the archive to read through the documents of Pope Pius XII. He was the pope who has been criticized for not speaking out against the Holocaust during World War II.
Pope Francis ordered the documents of his office opened earlier than planned in 2020, so researchers could have a full picture of the papacy. In the book, Pagano criticizes incomplete research into the process of confirming the sainthood of Pius XII. Researchers are now examining newly available documents. Aside from old stories, Secretum also shares new ones. They include an important financial relationship between Catholics in the U.S. and the Vatican that continues today and dates back to 1922. Pagano said that after Pope Benedict XV died, a financial official found that the Vatican had no money. The book shares secret messages in which the Vatican asked its ambassador in Washington, D.C., to send what you have in the safe so that the vote for a new pope could take place. The messages say the Vatican embassy sent $210,400.09 collected from the American Catholics that permitted the vote to elect Pope Pius XI.
Pagano suggests that Francis's 2019 decision to remove the word secret from the archive's name and rename it the Vatican Apostolic Archive was possibly a choice to gain donations. The U.S.-based group Treasures of History is aiming to support the newly renamed archive. At the end of the interview, Pagano showed visitors one of the archive's prized possessions. It is the 1530 letter from British nobles urging Pope Clement VII to permit King Henry VIII to end his marriage so he could marry Anne Boleyn. Clement refused. Henry got married anyway. He broke ties with the Catholic Church in Rome and established the Church of England. You can say that here we are at the birth of the Anglican Church, Pagano said. Pagano explained how the document survived. He said when Napoleon Bonaparte, the ruler of France, took documents from the Vatican archives in 1810, the chief archivist at the time hid the letter. The French never found it, Pagano said, showing that he believed an archivist's main job is to preserve the archive. I'm Gina Bennett.
And I'm Gregory Stockel.
Writing and research methods when moving from high school to college. That is why universities require a first-year writing class. As experienced students move on to higher degrees, they continue learning how to do research and to write for academic publications. But learning the new writing methods can be difficult for international students, said Nat Smittable. He is a counselor for Ivywise, a company that helps students prepare their applications for top-level American universities. In the United States, Smittable said, most students have a basic understanding that they must give credit to or cite the sources of the words and ideas in their academic writing. For those who come from other countries, this can be new. Smittable said, one of the most important lessons students new to the U.S. learn is this academic culture of really making sure you give other people credit in a formal way. Using another person's words without giving them credit is considered plagiarism. VOA Learning English recently prepared a guide for international students who need to learn more about plagiarism and why it is a serious concern. A plagiarism accusation recently led to Harvard University's president having to step down from her position. Smittable said, the reason citations are difficult for international students is that teachers and professors overseas are more often concerned that students provide the correct answer to a question than showing the information source.
Amjad Ben-Shaban agrees. He is a student at the English Language Center, or ELC, at Old Dominion University in Virginia. Ben-Shaban is from Yemen and also attended school in the United Arab Emirates. In Virginia, he takes classes with students from places like Greece, Spain, and Japan. They often discuss the academic differences between the U.S. and their countries. He said one of the first things ELC students learn is how to follow American university guidelines for recording source material. They also talk about writing papers without the help of artificial intelligence, or AI, tools. Ben-Shaban said it is easy for students who are learning how to write papers in English to depend on generative AI tools. These tools can change their grammar or make their writing easier to understand. However, after nearly a year at the ELC, he has, in his words, progressed a lot.
I have been improving since then, since the summer in 2023. Now I can write a whole assignment without any outside source. I can read an article and understand it and write it in my own words. That's one of the techniques that I got since I come to the U.S.
He said it is better to struggle with writing and adding citations to academic work early in college than to find out that you do not know how to do it later on. Smidoble noted that many universities will show students how to use tools such as the RefWorks Citation Manager. The computer tool permits students to carry out research online and collects all of the source material necessary. Meredith Bricker teaches in the English Language Institute at the University of Michigan. Many of her students are working on advanced degrees. That means they are learning and doing research on difficult academic subjects. She said the citation tools are both good and bad. On the one hand, they permit students to easily create a source list. On the other hand, they can prevent students from finding or understanding the best sources for a project. They're like, okay, fine, I'll just put whatever comes up in my search on my citation list, Bricker said.
Students who come to Bricker's class are doing their own research, she added. They hope that they can make a discovery or create a new idea and be published in a journal. So the stakes are high for master's or PhD students compared to those just beginning college. She said, it is likely the people cited in a paper by one of her students will read it.
In some ways it's more relevant, easy, almost easier for them to see the purpose and the point. But I think it's also, the flip side of that is, if they do it incorrectly, it could have such devastating effects on their futures, pretty immediately.
International students who are caught using other people's ideas without citing them can be expelled or removed from school. That would cause them to be in violation of their F1 student visa. At higher levels, a young researcher who is caught plagiarizing may have trouble finding another job. Bricker believes students should also give credit to AI tools whenever they use them. Gen AI is not going away, she said. Part of our job as writing teachers is to make sure students know the boundary between appropriate and inappropriate use. She said some academic journals will permit the use of artificial intelligence, and others will not. It depends on the field, she said, noting that a linguistics journal might have different rules than an engineering journal. Bricker said she tells her students that it is difficult for teachers to know if their students are using AI tools, but as a writing teacher, it is her goal to help them learn to write on their own without help from a machine.
I'm a teacher of writing, so letting my students know, I want to see your writing I want to see what you're doing as a writer, and I want to help you grow as a writer. So I can do that, with you using this and without you using this, but it's your choice.
Bin Shabain said international students who are learning English in the U.S. are tempted by AI tools, but he advises students that they should use AI only for some things, like searching for sources. When I first came here, I was using it for everything, he said, but I stopped because I understand the best thing to do is to put the effort on learning. It's going to pay off in the future. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Gina Bennett.
And now, words and their stories from VOA Learning English. Today, we talk about a way to share ideas, thoughts, and opinions. A bully pulpit. This common two-word noun sounds aggressive, but is it? Let's explore. We'll start with the word bully. Usually, when we use the word bully, we are talking about a person who is cruel or threatening to others. As a verb, if you bully someone, you treat them in a cruel, insulting, or aggressive way. Bullies usually threaten those who are weaker or smaller than them. Now the word pulpit. A pulpit is a raised platform used in preaching or conducting a worship service. So together, a bully pulpit sounds like a preacher who is bullying others. But that is not what it means. A bully pulpit is a public-facing position, especially a political office. It provides a way to share or spread your ideas widely. If you have a bully pulpit, you have a position of influence or power. Experts say that bully pulpit comes from the 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt. When he was in office, he once said, "I suppose my critics will call that preaching, but I have got such a bully pulpit." Roosevelt observed that his time in office at the White House was a platform for speaking out for what he believed in. He could influence others. He understood that his presidency was his bully pulpit. When then-President Roosevelt used the term bully, he meant something excellent or first-rate. This is an older meaning of the word, and these days we often use it as an interjection, saying, "Bully for you," to cheer another's success. Now let's hear this term used in a short conversation. "Hey, what are you doing this evening? Want to grab a bite?"
I wish I could, but I have a board meeting for my swimming pool.
"I thought you quit that board."
I did, but I have to attend one last meeting to hand off my notes to the new secretary.
Why are you quitting? I never heard the full story.
I'm quitting because of the board president. She uses her position as a bully pulpit. Instead of making the pool better, she lectures the rest of us on all kinds of issues.
It's a swimming pool. What issues come up?
Oh, you name it. We have to hear her views on everything from recycling to dog parks to the evils of potato chips. Hey, if you have time, would you like to replace me on the board?
Yeah, no, thanks. While today bully pulpit is most often used in the world of politics, we can also use it in other areas. The president of a company can use that position as a bully pulpit. So can the principal of a school, leaders of media sites, interest groups, and more. And that's all the time we have for this Words and Their Stories. Until next time, I'm Anna Mateo.
Listening to the Learning English podcast. We just heard Anna Mateo tell us about a term you may be hearing as we head into the upcoming election season here in the U.S. Thanks for joining us today, Anna.
Hi, Dan. You're welcome.
Anna, let's get into this term bully pulpit. Why is it a confusing phrase?
Well, Dan, this is a compound term. That means it uses two words. If English learners know what bully and pulpit mean separately, it could be confusing. Bully is a person who tries to harm others, usually by threatening them physically or saying and doing things to make them feel badly. And a pulpit is where religious leaders stand when they give lessons or speeches.
Anna, we talked last week about the influence presidents have on language in America. And here's another example.
You're right. We talked about how Teddy Roosevelt is credited with creating a number of words and phrases, and bully pulpit is one of them. He knew that he had a great position of power to share his ideas and possibly influence others. But as I explained in my story, when Roosevelt used the term bully, he meant first-rate. This is an older meaning of the word bully.
Anna, why do you think our listeners should be aware of this term this year?
The main thing is that people will be spending a lot of time listening to people with a bully pulpit. Have you ever seen a political rally? The candidates can get up on the stage and talk for a long time.
That's true. People running for office often like to hear themselves speak.
They sure do, Dan. But other people like to talk too. Social media platforms have given people bully pulpits. We literally have the term influencers, people who try to influence others online from their social media platform, or bully pulpit.
That's a good point, Anna. Those social media influencers, they get right into your brain and make you think suddenly you need to buy a new item for your kitchen. Well, we don't want our listeners to think we're taking advantage of them or trying to influence them to do anything else but learn English. So we should probably say goodbye, don't you think?
Sounds good, Dan. Goodbye, and thanks for having me.
And that's the Learning English podcast for today. Thank you, Anna, for that report. And thanks to my VOA colleagues for their work on today's program.
Most importantly, Thank you for listening. I'm Katie Weaver.
And I'm Dan.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English.
On today's program, Dan Friedel looks ahead to a cicada invasion set to hit the U.S. Brian Lynn presents this week's Science Report. And we hear today's lesson of the day from Jill Robbins and Andrew Smith. But first, Jill Robbins reads one of the winning entries from the Teach Us About Ukraine writing contest sponsored by VOA Learning English and Go Global. The following essay is called The Moment That Changed Our Lives.
I'm Olena Zamorska and I teach English in Sofia Rusova Lyceum in Leshnya, Ukraine.
It was early morning, exactly at 4:20 a.m., when I was awakened from my sleep by the sounds of explosions. My family and I rushed outside and watched with fear. We saw flashes in the sky and heard explosions and sounds of military vehicles. We were only 30 kilometers from the Russian border. That moment changed our lives because we understood that the war had started. I did not know what to do. I thought about my work and my students. I was a lead teacher in the 8th grade. I organized a meeting to calm my students. We had to learn to live and work remotely in a new, dangerous situation. I gave my students schoolwork through their mobile phones and checked everything by collecting the exercise books. They brought them to the nearest shop. It was the place of meeting and communication at that time. Our village was in a gray zone. Neither Ukrainian nor Russian troops were there. We did not have electricity, internet connection, or food, and we could not communicate with people outside. I rode my bicycle to visit students at their homes and keep in touch with their parents. I was a local authority in the village at that time, and people listened to my words. I baked bread in a wood stove and brought it to people in need. People were very grateful because there was not enough food at the time. Each night we heard and watched Russian airplanes and helicopters bringing bombs to Cherniv and providing their troops with food and weapons. We believe they flew at nighttime to frighten and keep people from sleeping. The helicopters flew so low that we could see the pilot. It was very scary. We did not know what would happen next and prepared for the worst. We organized villagers to defend ourselves. We made bombs and set up blockades with trees. We were ready to fight against our enemies and meet them at our land. When we did not have electricity and connection, I rode my bicycle for 10 kilometers to stand on a hill and phone our relatives to inform them that we were alive. From that high place, I could use an expensive cell phone connection to try to get a short message across to family in occupied places. It was our only way to contact each other. When Russian troops finally left Cherniv, we resumed remote studying for the students. I tried yoga and started breathing exercises with my students. and I studied how to deal with traumas and manage difficult situations. Nowadays, my students and I live a normal life. We help our soldiers by making candles, knitting nets, warm socks, mats, collecting money, and painting pictures and writing letters. We hope our victory will be soon. I'm Jill Robbins.
Videos from the United States in 2021? Well, prepare for a repeat performance this year. The insect show begins as early as April. 2 groups of cicadas, brood 13 and brood 19, are expected to come out from the ground to mate and lay eggs this year. Their appearance in the same year is rare. The last time it happened was 1803. Brood 13 is on a 17-year cycle. They will be found in the Midwestern states of Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Kentucky. Brood 19 is on a 13-year cycle. They will come out in an area stretching from Indiana and Illinois southeast to the southern states of Alabama and Georgia. Scientists expect more than 1 trillion cicadas to appear in some small areas where the 2 broods are close to each other. The insects will begin to climb out of the ground when the soil warms to about 18 degrees Celsius. So they will be seen in warmer southern areas as early as April. It will be closer to summer, sometime in June, before the cicadas arise to the north in Wisconsin, Indiana, and other Midwestern states. Cicadas are large, noisy insects, from about 2.5 to 5 centimeters long. Like most insects, they have wings. They also have big, bulging eyes. There are thousands of species of cicada around the world. The huge majority of cicada species arise each year or annually. Then there are the periodicals, which arrive after numerous years in the ground. The periodical cicadas emerge to mate. The male cicadas make a thrumming sound with their wings on their bodies to call for mating. The singing appeals to females. The insects mate and leave their fertilized eggs on trees. The resulting young fall to the ground after breaking out of their shells. They dig down into the ground where they live for years, feeding on the liquid that comes from tree roots. 7 of the 9 known periodical cicadas live in North America. Of the other 2 groups, one is in India and one is found only on the island country of Fiji. Floyd Shockley is an insect scientist or entomologist with the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. He said, this year's group of cicadas will include 4 different Magicata species within the 19 brood. The next time brood 19 and brood 13 will come out in the same year will be in 2245. I'm Dan Friedel.
discovered the brightest object ever observed in the universe. The discovery involves a distant space object known as a quasar. The American Space Agency, NASA, describes quasars as very bright, distant, and active supermassive black holes that are millions to billions of times the mass of the Sun. A quasar's light outshines all other stars, and its jets and winds shape its galaxy, NASA adds. A team led by Australian researchers identified the super-bright quasar. The European Southern Observatory's, ESO's, very large telescope, based in northern Chile, collected most of the data. Additional data came from Australia's Siding Spring Observatory. The researchers estimate the record-breaking quasar is at least 500 trillion times brighter than our own Sun. The team also noted the black hole powering the object is more than 17 billion times larger than our Sun. The quasar is about 12 billion light-years away from Earth. It is thought to have existed since the early days of the universe. A light-year is the distance light travels in a year, about 9.5 trillion kilometers. The object was already known and had been studied before, but scientists say it was misidentified in the past as a star. The newly identified quasar is so large that its black hole could easily swallow at least one sun per day, the team said. The researchers recently reported their finding in a study in the publication Nature Astronomy. The quasar appears only as a small dot in images, but scientists say they imagine it to be a very powerful and active place. The team says the black hole is thought to have a circulating disk containing gas and other matter from swallowed stars. The disk spins continuously like an intense, active storm. This quasar is the most violent place that we know in the universe, said the lead writer of the study, Christian Wolff. He is an astronomer and professor in the College of Science at Australian National University. The ESO first found the object, known as JO529-4351, in 1980. At the time, it was identified or classified as a star. Then last year, it was identified as a quasar. The latest observations and computer modeling suggest the quasar is taking in amounts of material equal to about 370 suns a year, or about one per day. The team says more observations will be needed to fully understand the object's growth rate. Priyamvada Natarajan is a professor of astronomy and physics at Yale University. She was not part of the latest study. But Natarajan told the Associated Press, "The exciting thing about this quasar is that it was hiding in plain sight and was misclassified as a star previously." Study co-writer Christopher Onken added, "It is a surprise that it has remained unknown until today, when we already know about 1 million less impressive quasars." The researchers say finding and studying distant supermassive black holes could help astronomers learn important details about the birth and development of the early universe. But study leader Wolf noted that he also gets enjoyment out of the search itself. "Personally, I simply like the chase," he said in a statement. "For a few minutes a day, I get to feel like a child again, playing treasure hunt. And now I bring everything to the table that I have learned since." Future research is expected to center on the history of the quasar and measuring its growth and development. The team noted that some of this data should be easier to collect after the Very Large Telescope receives an instrument upgrade. The upgrade, known as Gravity Plus, is designed to provide more exact measurements of the mass of distant black holes. In addition, the ESO plans to launch a future observer called the Extremely Large Telescope, ELT, in Chile's Atacama Desert. That telescope, the researchers say, will improve on current identification and study methods to identify such distant objects. I'm Brian Lynn.
Joins me now to talk more about his science report. Thanks, Brian, for being here.
Sure, glad to be here.
This week, you described the discovery of what scientists think might be the brightest object ever observed in the universe. The report mentions this object was previously misidentified. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, the first classification of this object came actually in 1980, and at that time it was identified as a star. And it wasn't until last year that a new examination of data identified it as a quasar. The team noted these kinds of misclassifications can happen because the nature of objects can change over time, and researchers also use machine learning tools because these searches tend to be very large, and sometimes these methods can get things wrong too.
And did the researchers talk about what makes this quasar appear so bright?
Yes, so the scientists did explain that quasars are powered by supermassive black holes, and these black holes are known to collect huge amounts of matter from surrounding areas. So they say this activity produces large amounts of energy. One researcher even compared this intense black hole activity to a swirling hurricane storm here on Earth. And the team said all this energetic activity produces very bright light, and this is how scientists are able to find and classify these objects.
Okay, thanks again for joining me, Brian, and thanks for that report.
You're welcome. Thank you.
For the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Ana Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Ana introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Ana Mateo.
Lesson 27 of Level 2 of this series shows a few ways to make friendly and informal invitations. We'll listen to those examples, and we'll listen to some expressions and show you how to use them.
Okay, in our first example, Anna's boss, Ms. Weaver, invites Anna to a dinner at a restaurant.
Hello, Ms. Weaver.
Oh, Anna, I've invited some people to dinner Saturday. We're going to that new seafood restaurant, Fish on a Dish. Why don't you join us? My treat.
We can say the 3 words, "Why don't you?" at the beginning of an invitation. It means the same thing as, "Would you like to?" We use "why don't you" with friends or when we do not want to sound too formal. Jill, why don't you explain the expression, "my treat"?
All right, I will. Listen to Ms. Weaver again.
Why don't you join us? My treat.
My treat simply means that Ms. Weaver will pay for dinner.
For example, if you are at a restaurant with a few friends or family members and you want to pay for everyone, you can take the bill and say, "My treat."
Another way of saying my treat is to say, "It's on me." If I say, "It's on me," that means I want to pay for it. But if I say dinner's on me, that might mean that I spilled my plate in my lap.
Yes, in the literal physical sense. That's true. After Ms. Weaver asks Anna to dinner, Anna politely says that she cannot join her. To do this, she simply begins with the word thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Weaver, but I already have plans. My friend has invited me to her houseboat.
Houseboat? Really? That's unique.
Yes, it is. In fact, I'm thinking of living on a houseboat.
The word unique means very special or being the only one of its kind.
And notice how Anna talks about the future by using the present progressive tense.
Yes, it is. In fact, I'm thinking of living on a houseboat.
When we say the 3 words, "I'm thinking of," and then add an ing verb, that means we are considering or planning a future action.
Right. So, for example, I'm sitting at my desk right now, but I'm thinking of going for a walk with my friend later today.
Sounds like a good idea. Now, let's hear Ms. Weaver's reaction to Anna.
Yes, it is. In fact, I'm thinking of living on a houseboat.
Aren't you too tall and klutzy to live in a houseboat?
I am not too tall. Sorry.
Ms. Weaver uses the adjective klutzy. That means someone who does not have good control of their body and tends to have little accidents.
Oh, you mean like me? For example, if you are klutzy, you might drop a glass or knock over some object like a desk lamp or bump into something. Klutzy is spelled Klutzy.
In the video, Anna knocks over 2 signs in the hallway at work just after she says she is not too tall.
The noun form of klutzy is the word klutz, and a synonym of klutzy is clumsy. That's spelled Clumsy. Andrew, I noticed the 2 words sound similar.
They do sound similar, but one is spelled with a K and the other with a C, and the other has a Z and one has an S, so there are some differences there. And the words have different origins or language roots. Klutzy comes from Yiddish, and clumsy from an older form of English.
Now, let's hear Anna arriving at her friend's houseboat. Her friend's name is Fanny. Listen for the way Fanny asks her son to show Anna the boat.
Anna, I'm so glad you could come.
Hi, Fanny.
Hi, this is my son Phoenix.
Hi, Phoenix.
Hello. How about you give Anna a tour and I will make some lunch?
Fanny used the informal expression of the two words, how about, to ask her son Phoenix to show Anna the boat. During Anna's visit on the boat, she starts to feel seasick. We sometimes get seasick because of the movement of a boat on the water. We say the boat rocks back and forth.
Can you stop this boat from rocking for a minute?
The problem for Anna is that the boat continues to rock. Later, Fanny notices that Anna does not feel well.
Anna, are you feeling okay?
Yeah. I just need some fresh air.
Let me open a window for you.
No, I need some fresh land air. I need to breathe air on land. Is that the time? I should really be going. Thanks for lunch, Fanny, and a tour of your houseboat. It's given me a great idea.
You're going to live on a houseboat?
Sort of. Thanks again.
At the end of the video, we see the idea Anna was talking about. She invites Ms. Weaver to hang out or spend time on a boat.
Hi, how would you like to hang out on my boat? Great, see you then.
This time, Anna uses the more formal expression, would you like to? However, by adding the word how at the beginning, she makes it sound just a little bit less formal. Listen again.
Hi, how would you like to hang out on my boat? Great, see you then.
At the end of the video, we see Anna and Ms. Weaver sitting in a small boat on the grass in Anna's yard.
And Ms. Weaver does not look too excited about it.
No, she doesn't. But hey, at least she doesn't have to worry about getting seasick. I've been seasick before, and I can tell you, it's not fun.
Yeah, but I've heard acupuncture is helpful, or just pinching on your ears when you feel seasick.
Well, I wish I had known that at the time. Well, before our listeners get sick of listening to me, let's remind them that each lesson of the Let's Learn English series has a lesson plan that they can download for free from our website. The plans can be helpful for both students and teachers.
And remember that you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks for listening to the Lesson of the Day on the Learning English podcast. I'm Jill Robbins.
And I'm Andrew Smith.
That's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, John Russell has a story on the U.S. economy being strengthened by an increase in productivity. Anna Mateo has the health reports on the approval of an asthma drug to treat food allergies. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the lesson of the day. But first,
worker shortages in the United States have led some companies to invest in machines to do some of the work they cannot find people to do. The companies have also been training workers to use new technology so they can produce more with less. The result has been an unexpected increase in productivity, a measure of economic performance. Productivity compares two sets of data, outputs and inputs. Outputs are the goods and services produced, while the inputs are what is needed to create those goods and services. The productivity increase represents a change from the years before the COVID-19 pandemic. Yearly productivity growth averaged around 1.5%, business advisory company RSM estimates. Things changed when the economy moved out of the 2020 recession. Businesses had difficulties bringing back the many workers they had lost. The resulting worker shortage sent pay higher. Inflation increased for a number of reasons. One was that factories and ports had problems meeting rising product orders while shipping slowed. Shortages of parts were also reported. Many companies turned to automation. Investment in equipment and in research and development and other forms of intellectual property grew. The Associated Press reports that the efficiency effects began to arrive almost a year ago. The U.S. government's Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, reports on productivity. The BLS released its most recent productivity numbers on February 1st. The Bureau said non-farm business sector labor productivity increased 3.2% in the fourth quarter of 2023. Batesville Tool and Die is a company based in the Midwestern state of Indiana. Trying to keep up with customer demand, Batesville Tool and Die began looking for 70 people to hire last year. It was not easy. Getting factory workers to move to a small community of 7,300 people in the Indiana countryside was difficult. Job seekers were rare there. You could count on one hand how many people in the town were unemployed, said Jody Flederman, the company chief. Batesville Tool and Die filled just 40 of its job openings. But then the company invested in machines that could work like human workers and in vision systems, which helped its robots see what they were doing. Austin Goolsby is president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. He has compared increasing productivity to magic for the economy. You can have faster income increases, faster wage growth, faster GDP without generating inflation. Joe Brusuelas is chief economist at RSM. He said, "The last time we saw anything like this was the late 1990s. At that time, Brusuelas said, a productivity increase, an early result from the sudden use of laptops, cell phones, and the internet, helped keep borrowing rates low. Inflation remained under control even as the economy and the job market were strong. This time, the U.S. Central Bank has increased the interest rates it controls 11 times starting in March 2022. That has played a part in easing inflation from a 40-year high of 9.1% to around 3.1%. I would have said it's not possible, said Sal Guattieri, who is an economist at BMO Capital Markets. But that's exactly what happened. A year ago, many economists warned that a recession was very likely. Jerome Powell leads the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank. Powell warned in 2022 that beating inflation would result in some pain in the form of widespread job losses and unemployment. Last month, Powell said something different. With unemployment near a 50-year low, Powell told reporters, "We've had a very strong labor market, and we've had inflation coming down." He did warn that the central bank wants to see further progress in slowing inflation, but the Fed is so optimistic that inflation is heading toward its 2% goal that it has not raised rates since July. Some experts expect the central bank to cut its interest rates several times this year. At a news conference this month, Powell was asked whether he believed higher productivity helps explain why the economy has kept growing even while inflation has fallen. "That's one way to look at it, yeah," Powell replied. I'm John Russell.
This is the Health and Lifestyle Report. The U.S. Food and Drug Agency has approved a medication, already used to treat the breathing condition asthma, to treat people for food allergies. On February 16th, the United States Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, approved Xolair for a new use. Xolair has become the first medication approved by the FDA to reduce allergic reactions caused by food allergies. Xolair is the brand name or commercial name for the drug omalizumab. Many people who suffer from allergies and their families worry about exposure to things that cause allergic reactions. They might avoid eating at restaurants. They also might avoid social situations in which they might come into contact with something that causes their allergy. Dr. Robert Wood is director of the Pediatric Allergy Division at Johns Hopkins Children's Center. The FDA based its decision on research that Wood led, and the National Institutes of Health supported the allergy study. 168 people with allergies to peanuts and at least 2 other foods took part in the study. It found that 68% of the people injected with Xolair were able to have about 600 milligrams of peanut protein without serious problems. That number compares to only 6% of those who received an inactive substance instead of the drug. The results of the study were similar for other allergens, or things that commonly cause allergies. such as tree nuts, milk, eggs, and wheat. Full results from the study are expected to be presented at a meeting and released in a peer-reviewed publication in the near future. Wood said to have this protection is going to be life-changing. Wood estimated that 25 to 50% of people with food allergies, especially children and young adults, would choose to use Xolair. Patients as young as 1 year of age with food allergies can take the drug by injection every 2 to 4 weeks. This depends on their weight and their body's response to allergens. People who use Xolair must continue to avoid the foods that cause allergic reactions. These foods are often peanuts, cashews, hazelnuts, walnuts, milk products, and eggs. However, the medication appears to permit exposure to higher amounts of allergy-causing foods without causing major reactions. Until now, doctors have used the drug to treat food allergies, although that has not been its officially approved use, said Dr. Ruchi Gupta. Such a second use for a drug is called off-label. Gupta is director of the Center for Food Allergy and Asthma Research at Northwestern University in Chicago. She welcomed full approval of the product. Xolair works by blocking the body's natural response to allergens. It is known as a monoclonal antibody. The FDA first approved the drug in 2003. It is used to treat asthma, growths in the nose, and long-term skin problems known as chronic hives. Swiss drug companies Novartis and Roche produce Xolair, and it is distributed by a part of Roche called Genentech. The most common side effects of Xolair are injection site reactions and high body temperatures. However, the FDA noted that the drug has also caused joint pain, rash, infections, malignancies, and abnormal laboratory tests. Xolair also comes with a warning. The treatment itself can cause anaphylaxis, a life-threatening reaction that causes breathing and blood pressure problems. For that reason, the treatment must be started in a healthcare center with equipment that can deal with such emergencies. In addition, the drug is not approved as an emergency treatment for allergic reactions. Genentech says Xolair is expected to cost about $2,900 a month for children and $5,000 a month for adults. The company said patients usually pay less because their health insurance often pays most of the cost of many drugs. And that's the Health and Lifestyle Report. I'm Anna Mateo.
Health and Lifestyle Report. Welcome, Anna.
Hello, Dan. Thanks for having me.
So, the FDA has approved the use of the medication Xolair for food allergies. Why is this important?
Xolair is a drug used for asthma. The FDA has approved its use for people with food allergies. So, this makes Xolair the first medication to reduce allergic reactions caused by food allergies.
What does the term off-label mean?
Great question, Dan. Off-label means a drug has been approved to treat one condition, but doctors are also using the same drug to treat another condition.
Xolair does come with a pretty significant warning: anaphylaxis. This could be a surprising side effect. Severe food allergies can cause anaphylaxis. Can you speak to that?
From my understanding, Xolair can cause anaphylaxis. That is a life-threatening reaction that causes breathing and blood pressure problems. So treatment with Xolair must be started in a healthcare center with proper resources to handle that side effect. According to the AP article, that is the reason Xolair is not approved as an emergency treatment for allergic reactions.
Got it. Thanks again for coming on the show, Anna.
Thanks for having me, Dan. Goodbye.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
For the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Anna Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Anna introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Anna Mateo.
In Lesson 28, of Level 2 of the series, Anna and her friend Kelly are helping with a research project about birds. They are trying to count the number of birds they see and hear in an area near their office.
Unfortunately, Anna does not find many birds. Instead, she finds something else. Listen to find out what that is.
And we're going to listen for the expressions supposed to and ought to. And we'll explain different ways native speakers use those expressions. But now, let's listen to the first part of Lesson 28.
So glad we joined the Great City Bird Count, aren't you?
No. Today has been a bust, a flop, a bummer.
I'm sensing a little disappointment.
A little?
Well, my official birdwatching form is almost full.
I've only seen pigeons. Lots and lots of pigeons. But I did write down some other valuable information.
Did you find a bird's nest?
No. I found 10 ice cream trucks in this 5-block area. Their music seems to follow me everywhere.
We're supposed to be counting birds, not ice cream trucks. This is important scientific work.
Well, when you want ice cream, my data will be pretty important.
Anna only saw one kind of bird, a pigeon, and the music from the trucks selling ice cream got Anna's attention more than the sound of birds did. That's why she says,
No, today has been a bust, a flop, a bummer.
a bust, a flop, and a bummer are all informal ways of saying that something you were trying or hoping to do did not work and was really very disappointing.
Anna was disappointed, but there is a good reason she could not count the birds. Her office in Washington, D.C., which, to tell a secret, is the same as our offices here at VOA Learning English, is in an area with many tourists.
And tourists get hungry. So there are a lot of food trucks in the area, and they play music all day long.
And they play the same song all day long, over and over. I used to get so sick of Turkey in the Straw.
Yes, they do play the same song over and over. Anna hears this music and sees that many of the trucks are selling ice cream. It's hard for her to focus on birds instead of ice cream.
But she's supposed to focus on birds.
We're supposed to be counting birds, not ice cream trucks. This is important scientific work.
The modal verb supposed to can be used in two ways. In this example, Kelly is saying that the expected behavior is for Anna to find birds. So we can use supposed to when we want to talk about behavior we expect other people to do.
For example, for rules that we generally expect people to follow, we can say something like, "You're supposed to come to class on time."
Native speakers also use supposed to as a way of saying what is predicted or expected to happen in the future.
For example, we might say, "It's supposed to rain tomorrow." That means it is likely to rain. And when you hear someone talking quickly or a child speaking, you might hear supposed to, as in you're supposed to eat all your vegetables.
That's right. That's another example of how our pronunciation changes when we're speaking quickly. Now, let's listen to the next part of Lesson 28. Keep in mind that Anna is also very interested in spies. Spies are people who try to steal secret information from other countries or from other organizations. And listen for when Anna uses the modal verb ought to.
No birds. Oh, wait, there's another ice cream truck. Anna, focus on birds. Oh, but that truck has my favorite flavor, banana. That man is in the way. I can't see the price. I wonder what flavor he's getting. Strawberry. He doesn't seem like a strawberry kind of guy. In fact, he doesn't seem like an ice cream truck kind of guy. That suit looks expensive. Maybe he's a spy. You know what that means. The ice cream truck driver is a spy too. Genius. It's a perfect disguise. What? The man in the suit left his briefcase at the ice cream truck. I was right. He is a spy, and he just dropped off top secret information. I ought to do something. Something needs to be done. I need to do something. I did it! I took the spy's briefcase. What's that? The ice cream truck. It's following me. It wants the case back. I have to hide. This is my life now. Running, scared, alone. That awful music. It's following me everywhere.
Hey, you found my briefcase.
You caught me.
What?
I mean, I caught you.
Well, I just want my briefcase. All my poems are in there.
Poems? You're a poet?
Well, I'm a lawyer, but I write poems too.
So you're not a spy?
You look disappointed.
No, that's okay. It's not your fault. Poems are nice too, I guess.
Once again, Anna's imagination makes her do something unusual. In this case, she steals a man's briefcase. He uses it to carry his papers.
Anna's lucky she did not get in trouble. And Anna really ought to think more carefully before she acts.
Yes, and I think that's good advice for most of us. Now, let's hear that part again where Anna uses the modal ought to.
I was right. He is a spy, and he just dropped off top secret information. I ought to do something. Something needs to be done. I need to do something.
The modal ought to can be used in more than one way. As Anna uses it here, she is making a strong suggestion. In this case, it is a suggestion to take action to stop someone from spying.
But native speakers also use ought to as a way to make suggestions that are not so strong. They often use it to just give advice in an informal way.
For example, if I see a really good movie, I can suggest that Jill see it. So I can simply say, "Hey Jill, you ought to see this movie."
Did you notice Andrew said oughta because he was speaking quickly? So you can use it to make a strong suggestion and express disapproval at the same time. For example, if students misbehave and don't listen to their teacher, the teacher might say to them, "You ought to start listening, otherwise you're going to fail this class."
In this case, the teacher uses ought to as a way of scolding the students. To scold is to strongly tell someone that their behavior is bad.
At the end of Lesson 28, Anna guesses that the man's favorite flavor of ice cream is strawberry. And then she makes a little joke, using an expression about birds.
What's your favorite flavor?
Banana.
Well, my favorite flavor is...
Strawberry.
How'd you know that?
A little bird told me.
When we say, "a little bird told me," that is an expression that means we have a special or secret way of knowing something about someone.
And in this case, Anna's joke has sort of a double meaning, because Anna was spying on the man when he bought the ice cream, but at the same time she could not find any birds for the research project.
There is always a lot of humor and funny situations in the Let's Learn English series. And remember that each lesson comes with a lesson plan you can download for free from our website.
Andrew, this episode reminds me, we made friends with one of the ice cream truck drivers, and he was so nice. Anyway, a little bird is telling me we ought to finish this lesson of the day. What do you say?
I say okay. And listeners, remember that you can also find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Jill Robbins.
Our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Katie Weaver reports on a study that shows years of brain changes in Alzheimer patients. Mario Ritter Jr. has a story on how the number of babies born in Japan last year fell to a new low for an 8th straight year. Anna Mateo has the education report on therapy for students, and John Russell presents the lesson of the day. But first,
a long-term study in China has shown that a series of changes take place in the brains of people who get Alzheimer's disease long before they present signs of the sickness. The large study followed middle-aged and older adults for 20 years. The individuals were examined on a regular basis during that period. The researchers used brain imaging, spinal fluid checks, and other tools to collect data. The researchers reported that the study subjects who later developed Alzheimer's showed high levels of disease-linked protein in their spinal fluid. The higher levels were recorded as much as 18 years before the patients were identified as having Alzheimer's. Then, every few years, the study detected another so-called biomarker of coming trouble. Scientists still do not know exactly how Alzheimer's forms. The disease slowly destroys the brain, interfering with the ability to think. Alzheimer's patients develop proteins called beta amyloid and tau, which over time build up into plaques that block brain processes. The new research, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, offers a timeline for how these proteins develop. The study's importance cannot be overstated, said Dr. Richard Mayu, an Alzheimer's specialist at Columbia University, who was not involved in the research. Knowledge of the timing of these physiological events is critical for testing new ways of treating and maybe even preventing Alzheimer's, he wrote in a piece published alongside the study report. Scientists already knew that in rare genetic forms of Alzheimer's that affect young people, a poisonous form of amyloid starts developing about 20 years ahead of symptoms. At some point after that, tau develops as well. The new findings show the order of such biomarker changes common to age-related Alzheimer's. Researchers with Beijing's Innovation Center for Neurological Disorders compared 648 people who were later found with Alzheimer's to an equal number who remained healthy. The amyloid finding in future Alzheimer's patients was the main discovery. Differences in tau were found next, followed by a marker of trouble in how neurons communicate. A few years after that, the study found differences in brain shrinkage and cognitive test scores between the two groups. The more we know about viable Alzheimer's treatment targets and when to address them, the better and faster we will be able to develop new therapies and preventions, said Claire Sexton, Director of Scientific Programs with the Alzheimer's Association. She noted that blood tests are coming soon that promise to also help by making it easier to find amyloid and tau. More than 6 million Americans and millions more worldwide have Alzheimer's. There is no cure. But last year, Leqembi became the first approved drug that could slow the worsening of early Alzheimer's for a few months. The drug works by clearing away some of the amyloid protein. Other drugs are being developed to target tau. I'm Katie Weaver.
Born in Japan last year fell to a new low for an 8th straight year, government data shows. In addition, the number of marriages continues to drop. The Health and Welfare Ministry reported Tuesday that 758,631 babies were born in Japan in 2023. That represented a 5.1% decline from the year earlier. It was the lowest number of births since Japan started recording the statistics in 1899. The number of marriages fell by 5.9% to 489,281 couples, falling below 500,000 for the first time in 90 years. Fewer marriages are one of the reasons for fewer births. Having children outside of marriage is rare in the East Asian country. Opinion studies show that many younger Japanese do not want to marry or have families. They note the lack of good jobs and high cost of living as reasons. Some say the working culture in Japanese businesses makes it hard for both parents to work. Young parents say they often feel isolated as people do not want to hear crying babies or children playing outside. Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi called the ongoing declining birth rate critical. He said the period over the next 6 years or so, until the 2030s, when the younger population will start declining rapidly, will be the last chance we may be able to reverse the trend. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida called the low birth numbers the biggest crisis Japan faces. He has introduced several measures to give financial support for childbirth, children, and their families. But experts say they doubt whether the government's efforts will work because they have largely centered on people who already are married or are planning to have children. The measures do not deal with a growing population of young people who are not getting married or planning to have a family. The number of births in Japan has been falling for 50 years after a peak of about 2.1 million. The decrease to a yearly number below 760,000 has happened faster than expected. experts had predicted that it would take place by 2035. Japan's population of more than 125 million is expected to drop to 87 million by 2070, with 4 out of every 10 people at age 65 or older. A shrinking and aging population has a big effect on the economy and national security. Recently, Japan lost its spot as the world's third-largest economy, falling behind Germany. The country also needs to expand its military to deal with China's expansive territorial claims. I'm Mario Ritter, Jr.
Was in 5th grade when she first talked to her mother about seeing a therapist. They were moving to New York City. Derry had to live with family members in another state, while her mother, also named Derry Oliver, found a job and apartment. In this story, we will call the daughter by her first name, Derry, and her mother by her family name, Oliver. It was a difficult year. A school worker suggested therapy. Derry's mother questioned the advice and disagreed with therapy. "You're so young. There's nothing wrong with you. These are growing pains," Oliver told her daughter. However, Derry's depression got worse during the COVID-19 pandemic. She struggled with the loneliness of at-home learning. She reached out to her high school for help. In New York, school-based mental health professionals, like social workers, can provide some counseling without parental permission. But therapy requires a parent's agreement. It was very emotional for both of us because I understood her frustrations and fears, Derry remembered. But at the same time, it's sometimes best for your child to be able to access this rather than hold it away from them. Using federal money from the pandemic, schools around the U.S. have employed more mental health specialists. They also add telehealth and online counseling to reach as many students as possible. As treatments have become more readily available and more young people talk openly about mental health issues, schools are now facing difficulties in getting parents to agree to treatment. Chelsea Trout is studying social work at New York University and is doing her training at a school in Brooklyn. She called it a disconnect between parents and children. The kids are all on TikTok or the internet and understand therapy speak, and that this is something that could be helpful for their mental health and are interested in, said Trout. But she added that they may not have support from their parents. Politics can also play a part. Some states are looking to make getting therapy without parental permission easier, while others are proposing more restrictions. The states of California and Colorado have recently lowered the age of consent for treatment to 12. But in some states, like North Carolina, the issue is part of larger political debates on the input parents can have on school teachings, as well as the rights of transgender students. Cost is another issue. Therapy is rarely free, and paying for it often requires parental support. Research suggests that the need for parental permission can keep young people from getting treatment. Jessica Chuck Goldman is a social worker at Bard Early College High School in New York City. She said that she has seen many cases where mental health issues turn severe, partly because young people did not get earlier access to therapy. For Derry and her mother, years of talking have led to some progress. Several years ago, her mother agreed to a compromise. They found a Black female therapist, which was important to both of them as a Black family. Oliver agreed that her daughter could start therapy, as long as she could sit in on the meetings. It has to be someone trustworthy, Oliver said of a possible therapist for her daughter. But the therapist changed jobs after a month, and Derry has not seen another therapist since. Trout, the school social worker in training, said she has met many parents who, like Oliver, have trust issues. If we're thinking about predominantly Black and brown communities, if your interactions with social workers or mental health services or anything in that realm thus far have not been positive, Trout said, how could you trust them with your kids? Statistics also show a racial divide. In 2021, 14% of white children reported seeing a therapist at some point during that year. This number is compared to 9% of Black children, 8% of Hispanic children, and 3% of Asian American children. These numbers come from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Without access to therapy, Derry has sought advice about dealing with her emotions through friends, school social workers, and the internet. But she feels that she could gain more with professional help. Derry has already gotten into several colleges. One thing she is considering is what the school offers for therapy. I'm Anna Mateo.
To talk more about today's education story. Thanks for joining me, Anna.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me on your show.
So there was one word in the story I was hoping you could explain. Roadblock. What is a roadblock?
So a roadblock is something that keeps you from moving forward or getting what you want.
I see. So what are some roadblocks keeping students from getting therapy?
There are many roadblocks that may keep a child from getting mental health treatment. Parental permission, cost and insurance, politics of the area where you live. There are also different cultural attitudes toward therapy, and some parents have trust issues with the mental health community.
And there are different policies when it comes to providing therapy for students in different states, right? How does that play a part?
Well, some states make it easier for children to get access to therapy without parental permission, while other states have more restrictions in place, and this makes getting parental permission necessary.
Thanks for answering my questions, Anna, and thank you for your interesting report.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
In this next report, Brian Lynn tells us about an important event that happened last week. A spacecraft built by a private company landed on the moon. We learn about the history of moon landings, as well as how the recent moon landing plays into future space missions. Pay careful attention to the word achievement. We will talk more about it after the report.
A private spacecraft has successfully touched down on the moon, marking the first U.S. lunar landing in more than 50 years. The American Space Agency, NASA, confirmed the Odysseus moonlander, built by Texas company Intuitive Machines, had landed on the moon's surface Thursday. Flight controllers said earlier that difficulties with the lander's navigation equipment had forced them to activate an experimental landing system at the last minute. Officials from Intuitive Machines also reported communication problems, but said a signal was received from the lander after a delay. What we can confirm without a doubt is our equipment is on the surface of the moon, said Intuitive Machines project director Tim Crane. He was speaking to flight controllers at the company's operations center in Houston, Texas. The company's chief, Steve Altimus, added, "I know this was a nail-biter, but we are on the surface, and we are transmitting. Welcome to the moon." In a message published Thursday night on X, Intuitive Machines said flight controllers had confirmed Odysseus is upright and starting to send data. The spacecraft targeted a landing spot about 300 kilometers from the moon's south pole. The area is mostly flat but also includes large rocks, hills, and craters. Officials from Intuitive Machines were not immediately able to provide details about whether Odysseus had reached its target landing area. Another U.S. company, Astrobotic Technology, attempted a lunar landing last month, but that privately built lander, called Peregrine, developed a fuel leak shortly after launch and did not make it to the moon. Officials from Astrobotic were quick to send congratulations to the Odysseus mission team. An incredible achievement. We can't wait to join you on the lunar surface in the near future, the company wrote on X. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson also reacted on Twitter, writing that Intuitive Machines had aced the landing of a lifetime. The last time the United States landed on the moon was in 1972 with NASA's Apollo 17 mission. So far, 5 nations have successfully landed spacecraft on the moon: the United States, China, the Soviet Union, Japan, and India. Japan's landing came just last month. In addition to being the first U.S. lunar landing since 1972, the Odysseus mission marked the first time a privately built spacecraft has touched down on the moon. Odysseus is carrying scientific instruments and technology demonstrations for NASA and several private organizations. Experiments are to include observations of space weather activity and radio waves. The spacecraft is designed to operate for 7 days on solar energy before the sun sets over the landing area. NASA has said data from the lunar lander's mission will be used to help prepare for the agency's future Artemis space program. That program aims to return astronauts to the moon. NASA recently announced that its planned mission to land humans on the moon, called Artemis 3, was set for September 2026. I'm Brian Lynn.
Before the report, we asked you to pay careful attention to the word achievement. Can you remember when you heard it? You heard the term used in a quote from a social media post written by Astrobotic Technology. Let's listen again.
Officials from Astrobotic were quick to send congratulations to the Odysseus mission team. An incredible achievement. We can't wait to join you on the lunar surface in the near future, the company wrote on X.
Achievement is a noun. We spell it like this: A, C, H, I, E, V, E, M, E, N, T. Achievement means the act of completing something important, especially after making a lot of effort. So, when Astrobotic Technology described the moon landing as an incredible achievement, the company is suggesting that the act of landing on the moon was successful and required a lot of effort on the part of intuitive machines. The adjective incredible adds even more strength to the word achievement. If we remove the ment ending from achievement, we get the verb achieve. Knowing this, we can create different sentences that express the same meaning. For example, you could say, intuitive machines had an incredible achievement. Or you could say, intuitive machines achieved something incredible. In the first sentence, we used the noun form achievement. In the second sentence, we used the verb form achieved. Note that although the two sentences have differences in grammar and style, they express the same basic idea. Today's report was about an achievement in space, but we can use achievement to describe things in our everyday lives on Earth. For example, imagine a student gets a perfect score on a very difficult test. We might describe the perfect score as an achievement because it likely took a lot of hard work to get a perfect score. Or imagine that a person works hard for many years to learn how to play a musical instrument very well. We might describe the act of playing very well as an achievement. It took a lot of effort and a lot of time. We will end this lesson with a few words of encouragement. Sometimes language learning can be difficult, but the path can become easier if we keep in mind the long-term goal. Remember, achievements require effort and patience. And that's the lesson of the day. I'm John Russell.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, I report on the threat of famine in Gaza. Brian Lynn has the technology report on AI tools used to improve internet search engines. Later, Andrew Smith and Jill Robbins present the lesson of the day. But first, Jill reads one of the winning entries from the Teach Us About Ukraine writing contest, sponsored by VOA Learning English and Go Global.
My name is Lyudmila Shilova, and I've been teaching English for 21 years in Nizhyn, Ukraine.
Nizhyn is a small city in northern Ukraine with more than 1,000 years of history. But the city is, perhaps, best known for a small food item that can be found around the world, pickles. If you ever taste Nizhyn pickles, you will understand why that small cucumber represents 300 years of the history, tradition, and taste of Ukrainian cuisine. In the 17th century, Nizhyn was a Cossack city on the border of the Russian Empire. At that time, some Greeks sailed down the Oster River to escape from the Ottoman occupation. They brought their culture, traditions, and, among other things, a recipe for salting cucumbers. The Greeks valued the rich soil of Nizhyn and grew cucumbers to make pickles. The pickling process took place in wooden barrels that were bought from Nizhyn craftsmen. Their secret recipe contained spices from eastern markets and local water from the artesian springs. The Greeks also paid much attention to the quality of cucumbers. The vegetables had to be the same size, neither big nor small. This permitted the cucumbers to be evenly salted and have a special crunch. Eventually, Nizhyn pickles made by the Greeks found their admirers among the Cossacks, local people, and even the royals. When Empress Catherine II of Russia traveled south through Nizhyn, she ordered pickles to her table. The Queen of Britain was also known to feast on these crunchy cucumbers. In the 19th century, Nizhyn pickles became popular in many European countries. Traders made a lot of money selling them to people in Denmark, France, Sweden, Germany, and Great Britain. Nowadays, Nizhyn pickles can be found on supermarket shelves all over the world. The product has since become a part of Ukrainian culture. In 2005, a monument to Ukraine's fruit and vegetable culture was opened near the local food factory. And a Nizhyn pickle was included in the list of winners of an international project on the food culture of Ukraine. So welcome to Nizhyn, and go ahead and taste our pickles. I'm Jill Robbins.
United Nations official warned Tuesday that the Gaza Strip is at high risk of famine and extreme lack of food if the war there does not stop soon. Ramesh Rajasingham is director of the Coordination Division in the UN Humanitarian Office. If nothing is done, we fear widespread famine in Gaza is almost inevitable, and the conflict, which since October has claimed the lives of almost 30,000 people and injured more than 70,000, will have many more victims, he said. Rajasingham spoke at a meeting of the UN Security Council requested by members Algeria, Guyana, Slovenia, and Switzerland. There are rising concerns that hunger is being used as a weapon in the war. Rajasingham said at least 576,000 people in Gaza, 25% of the population, are very close to famine. Almost the entire population is depending on food aid to survive, he said. Gaza is seeing the worst level of child malnutrition anywhere in the world, said Karl Skau, an official with the UN's World Food Program, or WFP. Maurizio Martina is Assistant Director General of the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization. He explained how the entire food supply chain has been impacted by the war. He said Israel has forced farmers to leave their land or flee shelling that has destroyed crops. Farm animals are dying from hunger or killed in bombings. Fishing is banned and groundwater is polluted. In the most likely scenario, agricultural production will have collapsed in the north by May 2024, Martina said. We are already seeing this collapse. Martin Griffiths is the UN humanitarian chief. He said humanitarians continue to face serious difficulties in providing aid. These include border crossing closures, serious movement restrictions, access denials, onerous vetting procedures, security risks, incidents by desperate civilians, a breakdown of law and order, and restrictions on communications and protective equipment, Griffiths wrote. Israel denies it is restricting or limiting the delivery of aid to Gaza. Israel is doing all it can to care for civilians, going above and beyond what is expected, let alone required, Israel's Deputy UN Envoy Jonathan Miller told the Council. Miller said Israel has helped the delivery of 254,000 tons of relief supplies into Gaza since the start of the war, including 165,000 tons of food. He blamed Hamas for diverting aid and the UN for failing to properly manage and distribute it. The situation is most serious in northern Gaza, which remains cut off by the Israeli military. About 300,000 people are believed to have ignored Israel's earlier evacuation order and remained through months of heavy fighting between the Israel Defense Forces and Hamas. If nothing changes, a famine is imminent in northern Gaza, WFP's Skau said. The UN agency that assists Palestinians, UNRWA, delivers most of the relief supplies. It says the last time it was able to get food aid to northern Gaza was on January 23rd. On February 20th, the World Food Program suspended its deliveries to the north because of a lack of security in the area. The World Health Organization last reached Gaza City's largest hospital, Al-Shifa, on January 22nd with medical supplies. 1 week ago, the 15-nation Security Council failed to pass an agreement calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire because of a veto from the United States. Several council members repeated their call for a ceasefire at Tuesday's meeting. Even Israel's closest ally, the United States, displayed its growing displeasure with the slow delivery of aid. It urged Israel to keep border crossings open and to open new ones. Simply put, Israel must do more, Ambassador Robert Wood said.
Internet search companies have already built artificial intelligence, AI, tools into their systems, and the use of AI systems to support Internet searches is expected to grow sharply in coming years. Some technology experts feel this change can greatly improve the overall search experience for users, but experts also have concerns. One early user or adopter of AI search is Google. The American-based company's search engine currently processes an estimated 80% of the world's Internet search requests. Microsoft's search engine Bing also includes AI-powered results. Bing's AI system is linked to the company's Copilot service. Copilot is an AI tool designed to operate across a series of Microsoft business products. Copilot is based on OpenAI's ChatGPT, which launched in late 2022. ChatGPT is a computer-powered AI tool designed to interact smoothly with humans. Such AI tools, known as chatbots or generative AI, are trained on massive amounts of Internet data. They have shown an ability to perform human-level writing and create high-quality images and videos based on short written descriptions. But these AI systems have also demonstrated possible risks. One risk is the tools can present false or misleading information as truth. They can also produce results that represent long-standing biases against minorities or underrepresented communities. Here we offer some guidance for users seeking new systems to provide improved and relevant search results. Some major search companies have made it easy to find AI search engines on their main search pages. Google's search system is powered by its own chatbot tool called Gemini. It can easily be found directly on desktop or mobile phone browsers. Gemini can be used to perform other chatbot actions as well as providing search assistance. Google also has been testing a new search offering called Search Generative Experience. It replaces links with AI-produced briefs containing basic facts about a subject. This system is currently limited to U.S. users who sign up through Google's experimental Labs site. To use AI with Microsoft's Bing search engine, simply click the Chat or Copilot button underneath the main search window. This should pull up an information box where users can enter their search requests. New AI search sites have also launched, but they are not as easy to find. The Associated Press reports one way to find them is to perform searches for tools on Copilot or Gemini. Some to look out for include Perplexity, Hugging Chat, U.com, Como, Andy, Find, Exa, and Ask AI. Most of these services have free versions, but generally there are limits on how many searches a user can make. Users can also upgrade from basic services to higher levels, providing smarter AI tools and more search possibilities. Gemini users, for example, can pay $20 for an upgraded version that offers its most capable model, called Ultra 1.0. Most of the startup sites are largely free to use and don't require setting up an account. Many also have upgrade possibilities. Unlike a traditional Google search, results from AI tools usually produce a longer, readable collection of information. Sometimes the original source of information is also included, and in some cases messages are included to warn users about possible misinformation appearing in the results. It is a good idea to try out different AI tools. Results from each can differ, sometimes wildly. The AP reports that results from AI-assisted search tools can be especially useful when searching for more obscure facts or information. I'm Brian Lynn.
Now, Brian Lynn joins me to talk more about his technology report. Thanks for being here, Brian.
Sure, Dan. Thank you for having me.
Your report on how AI is changing internet searches notes the technology has already been added to the internet's most popular search engines. But do you think companies like Google can survive with the flood of new competition from AI companies?
Yes, so for the longest time, Google has really dominated the internet search market worldwide. Doing Google searches has become a regular part of many people's lives for a long time, and experts say it will really depend on what Google offers its users in the area of web search. If the company can at least keep up with competitors by consistently providing high-quality AI results, it should be able to remain at the top of the pack.
The report also pointed out some of the risks linked to AI-powered search engines. How have the companies addressed those?
Yes, one of the biggest ongoing risks is that AI-powered search results can contain misleading or false information. But there have already been efforts by the major companies, particularly Google, to limit this. For example, Google's Gemini system can warn users that AI-generated information could be incorrect and will direct users to the original source material. And with some sensitive topics, such as politics, the user is urged to do additional research to confirm whether the results are true.
All right, interesting. Thanks again for joining me, Brian.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dan.
And now it's time for the lesson of the day on the Learning English podcast. My name is Jill Robbins, and I'm joined by Andrew Smith. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Jill.
Our lesson is based on our video series, Let's Learn English. The series shows Ana Mateo in her work and life in Washington, D.C. Here's Ana introducing herself.
Hello, my name is Ana Mateo.
In Lesson 29 of Level 2 of the series, Ana visits a fire station and learns about how to stay safe in the event of a fire. A fire station is where firefighters keep their fire trucks and things they need to fight fires.
Today, we're going to look at several expressions from Lesson 29. In the beginning of the lesson, Ms. Weaver has asked Ana to learn about fire safety.
Hey, Ana, what are you reading?
I'm reading about fire safety. Ms. Weaver named me fire safety monitor.
But the only time we have a fire emergency is when someone burns a piece of toast.
That is true, but fire safety is very serious. Very serious. If there is a fire emergency, I have to help everyone out of the building.
Well then, if I were you, I'd learn as much as possible.
You're right. And I know just who to call.
You may have noticed that Anna used the word monitor.
I'm reading about fire safety. Ms. Weaver named me fire safety monitor.
Monitor is more commonly used as a verb. It means to carefully look at and check on something. But as a noun, we can say that a monitor is a person who watches something carefully.
And it also has another meaning as a noun. A monitor is a screen for showing information or videos. For example, in an airport, monitors show when flights arrive and depart.
Now, let's hear Anna meeting the firefighters at their fire station, which is also called a firehouse.
Hi, Firefighter Jones.
Hey, how are you, Anna?
I'm well, thanks. How are you? Hi, Firefighter Hatcher.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Welcome to our firehouse.
Thank you.
Come on in.
Thanks.
This is where the firefighters eat. This is where we rest. This is where we exercise. This is where the fire trucks are parked and maintained.
This place is beautiful.
You know, the firehouse is a firefighter's second home.
In the U.S., firefighters always make sure their fire trucks are in good working condition. This is what the verb maintain means. It is important to maintain equipment or machines so they work well during an emergency.
I also notice that fire trucks in the U.S. always look very clean. The noun form of maintain is maintenance. A collocation or phrase that commonly occurs with maintenance is the expression perform routine maintenance. Here, the verb perform simply means to do, and the word routine is used as an adjective. It means on a regular basis.
So, if you perform routine maintenance on your car or motorcycle, it means you make sure all the parts are in good condition and that you replace or change the parts that are getting worn out. Worn out means old or damaged from overuse.
Sometimes I feel worn out, and I have replaced some of my parts.
That's right, the partial knee replacement. Well, I feel worn out too sometimes, especially at the end of the week. Now, let's listen to what the firefighters tell Anna.
Firefighter Jones, Firefighter Hatcher, can you tell me some ways to prepare for a fire emergency?
Sure, Anna. There's one really important thing you can do. It's install a fire alarm. Test it monthly and make sure the batteries are fully charged.
Let's talk about those emergency exits.
In your home, office, and schools, know where your emergency exits are located.
What about fire extinguishers?
Everyone should know how to use a fire extinguisher. Have one handy and practice using it.
What if we need to get out?
You should have an evacuation plan and practice getting out safely with fire drills.
A drill is a practice routine. We can also use this word as a verb. If you drill an activity, that means you practice it in a careful, repetitive way.
For example, you can do grammar or pronunciation drills to improve your English.
But be sure to find or make drills that are interesting and useful.
That's good advice. The firefighters also advised Anna to install a fire alarm.
To install means to put a piece of equipment in place so that it is ready to work or be used.
Anna also asked about extinguishers. I have to admit, Jill, I don't know how to use one.
Andrew, they have very simple instructions written on them. Just read it. An extinguisher helps extinguish or put out a fire. They are usually red bottles that spray a white material that helps put out the fire. And notice what the firefighters said about fire extinguishers.
Everyone should know how to use a fire extinguisher. Have one handy and practice using it.
The word handy is an adjective. It has two meanings. One means the same thing as the adjective useful. The other means that the thing is nearby and easy to start using. You can think of it as easy to grab with your hand. With this second meaning, we often say keep handy.
I think the camera on your phone is a good example of something that is handy. It's both.
Okay, now let's listen to more advice the firefighters give Anna.
What if we need to get out?
You should have an evacuation plan and practice getting out safely with fire drills.
If I'm in a building and it's on fire, should I use the elevator?
No, always use the stairs.
What other safety tips should I know?
Stay low, the smoke rises, the air is clear and close to the ground.
Stay low. Anything else?
If you touch a door and it's hot, don't open it. There might be a fire on the other side.
What do I do if my clothes catch on fire?
Do not run. If you run, the fire will burn faster. You must stop, drop, and roll.
Thanks so much. I've learned a lot, and I can't wait to share this information with others.
Thanks for coming, Anna.
It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Anna received a lot of good tips. A tip means a piece of advice or some helpful information.
Now Anna knows that she needs an evacuation plan in case there is a fire at the office. Evacuate is a verb, which means to move away from a dangerous area or emergency. And evacuation is the noun.
At the end of Lesson 29 of Level 2, Anna does have to help evacuate the building because there is smoke.
And where there's smoke, there's fire.
True, or maybe just some wood that is almost on fire.
Yes, or in this case, just some toast. In the end, the reason there is smoke in Anna's office is because Pete has burned his bread while making toast.
I remember that fire drill. And before we're toast or all worn out, we'll remind our listeners that each lesson of Let's Learn English comes with a lesson plan they can download for free from our website.
And as always, remember that you can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. I'm Andrew Smith.
And I'm Dr. Jill.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English, a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak. This program is designed for English learners, so we speak a little slower and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Coming up on the program, Dorothy Gundy has a story on a jet suit race in Dubai. Dan Friedel and Katie Weaver reports on life inside Russian prisons. I have a story on Cuba's efforts to surveil journalists and activists, and Andrew Smith has a story on the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. Later, Jill Robbins presents the Everyday Grammar lesson on the Miley Cyrus song, Flowers. But first...
The pilots started their jet engines on a runway in the United Arab Emirates city of Dubai on Wednesday. But they were not preparing to fly an aircraft. They themselves would fly in the first ever jet suit race. The 7 pilots with jet engines on their backs raced along the tall buildings of Dubai like a scene from the movie Iron Man. The closest analogy would be that dream of flying and then going wherever your mind is taking you, said Richard Browning. He is the founder and chief test pilot for Gravity Industries, the company that held the race with Dubai. Browning added that the movie created the scene using computer technology, but his company did it for real. The pilots wore 1,500 horsepower jet suits for the race. Those engines have more mechanical power than most sports cars and use the same fuel as the Airbus A380 and Boeing 777 passenger jets. Then came what pilot Issa Khalfan called the moment of truth. The engines roared and pilots jumped and leaned forward. And they took off like a helicopter. Organizers say they took off from the runway next to the water to enable higher speeds. The jet suit currently can reach speeds of 128 kilometers an hour, Gravity Industries said. It is also safer for the pilots to fly short distances above water. Khalfan, who won the race, said he was nervous before his flight. Everything's hot. It's running. The engines are screaming at you, Khalfan said. But he said the jet suit was safe and easy to handle. There was one crash during Wednesday's race. Emirati pilot Ahmed El-Shahi smashed into the water, going feet first, but immediately came to the surface to give a thumbs up to rescuers. An announcer described him as having just 12 days of training before the race. It's pretty amazing to see that they can do this in Dubai, and they have these guys flying over the water, said Jennifer Ross, an American who lives in Dubai. It's kind of like astronauts flying around in space. With its beaches, bars, and buildings, Dubai has long been a city known for its love of aviation. The city is home to the world's busiest airport for international travel. It also has been developing the idea of flying taxis for several years. There are risks to jet suit travel, however. In 2020, Vincent Raffet died in a crash during training for a different flying project. He was famous for once flying alongside a two-level Emiratis A380 jet. I'm Dorothy Gundy.
Vladimir Kara-Murza is a critic of the Russian government. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison last year on charges of treason for speaking against Russia's war with Ukraine. He is in penal colony number 6, south of Moscow and not far from Kazakhstan. Kara-Murza's wife, Yevgenia, spoke with the Associated Press about her husband's experiences. She said her husband lives in a small cell with a cot, a sink, a stool, and toilet. The only things he owns are a drinking cup and a toothbrush. People are interested in what life is like inside of the prisons because another critic of President Vladimir Putin's government died at a prison in Russia's far north, close to the Arctic Circle. Alexei Navalny died February 16th. He was the leader of a political group that campaigned against Putin. 47-year-old Navalny was sentenced to 19 years in prison in early 2021. The Associated Press called life in Russia's prisons grim and noted the prisoners suffer from a lack of food, sleep, and health care. They also must deal with rules that change all the time.
Grigory Vaipan is a lawyer with Memorial, a group that started during the period of the Soviet Union. Memorial received the Nobel Prize in 2022. The group studies the experiences of political prisoners and how Russia uses the threat of prison to quiet critics. Vaipan said there are 680 political prisoners in Russia. He also said no one in the Russian prison system is safe, but the situation is worse for government critics. The state aims to additionally punish them or additionally isolate them from the world, or do everything to break their spirit, Vaipan said. Kara-Murza's sentence of 25 years is the longest in modern Russia. He is one of a growing number of critics held in prison for expressing their anti-Putin opinions. Historians say the Russian prison system developed from the Soviet Union's gulags. The prisons of that time were known for their bad conditions. Nobel Prize-winning writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn documented the prisons in his books One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich and The Gulag Archipelago.
Yevgenia Kara-Murza, the wife of Vladimir Kara-Murza, described Russian prison life. Meals are simple and not very satisfying. The first meal of the day is porridge, a liquid made from grains. The midday meal is soup with very little meat, along with mashed potatoes and a piece of meat or fish. For dinner, the meal is almost the same. Prisoners are permitted to eat 2 eggs per week. They can buy fruits and vegetables at small prison stores, but not much is available. Friends and family can send packages with other foods, but those in solitary cells are not permitted to receive packages. Some prisoners are told to spend most of their days doing tasks such as cleaning their rooms. Other times they are told to only stand at attention. They sometimes must listen to recordings of prison rules for hours. Others are told to work. There are not enough jobs for all the men in the prison. In women's prisons, the jobs often include sewing uniforms for the military, police, and other workers. There are 30 to 40 women's prisons in Russia. One woman, Nadia Tolokonikova, was in prison for nearly 22 months. She was a member of the rock band Pussy Riot. Her prison time was from 2012 to 2013. She said she worked on uniforms for 16 to 18 hours at a time. It's a system of slavery, and it is truly horrible, she said. Inmates, another word for prisoners, are supposed to be paid at least minimum wage. That is about $200 per month, but experts say it is usually much less. Sasha Graf is an activist for better prison conditions. Graf said, prisoners' pay can be as low as $3.20 per month. That is only enough to buy cigarettes at the prison store. Tolokonikova said, when she arrived at penal colony number 14 in Mordovia, the head of the prison described himself as a Stalinist. She said he told her, "You may be a somebody outside of this colony, have a voice, people who support you and care for you, but here you are completely in my power, and you need to understand this."
Zoya Svetova, a reporter and prisoner rights activist, said that in the past, prisons were overseen by commissions that were supposed to make sure the prisoners were treated with respect. However, she said, most of the people have been replaced with those loyal to Putin's government. The government uses the prisons, she said, for intimidation and oppression. Oleg Kozlovsky of Amnesty International said political prisoners can be safe from the abuse that regular prisoners suffer. But there are still ways to make political prisoners feel bad. Navalny, he said, spent months in a cell on his own for breaking small rules, such as not having his uniform buttoned the right way, or not putting his hands behind his back at the right time. The time in the small cell, where it could be very cold in winter or very hot in summer, was not good for Navalny's health. He had been poisoned in the past and was still suffering from the effects of the poison. Kara-Murza's wife said her husband had also been poisoned. Although he is only 42, his health has worsened. She said he needs exercise and physical therapy to help his arms and legs.
Alexei Goranov is 62. He criticized the war and was sent to prison for 7 years. He has breathing problems and had a medical operation to remove one of his lungs. He is now in a prison hospital, but his lawyer says he is mistreated. Guards wake him up every 2 hours. He considers it a form of torture. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver.
There was a time when activists and reporters in Cuba had to speak in code or meet in European embassies to avoid government observation. Now, the internet and encrypted messaging services offers some assistance. But as technology has made private communicating easier, Havana has found ways to interfere with or block messages. Cuba's independent reporters take care to protect their phones so they do not go into the hands of officials. If government agents seize an individual's phone, they will search through its data for evidence of wrongdoing. The Cuban Institute for Freedom of Expression and Press, or ICLEP, says it documented at least 210 incidents of internet restriction cases in the country in 2023. Those restrictions can include cutting internet access, blocking social media sites, or hacking the accounts of reporters or the media websites they work for, the ICLEP report found. Normando Hernandez is founder and director general of Miami, Florida-based ICLEP. He said the government tries to silence independent journalists. It is historically well known that the Cuban state listens and spies on all the conversations it wants to, Hernandez said. Cubans have no way to defend themselves against any breach of their rights. Reporter Henry Constantine says his internet was cut suddenly after La Hora de Cuba, the media site for which he works, began criticizing the Cuban government. La Hora de Cuba is published on Facebook and Instagram. Its team of 15 reporters has an audience of between 46,000 and 48,000 on social media. Constantine says disconnecting journalists' telephone lines or internet access is designed to limit free speech. Hernandez said the government controls all access to digital expression. Havana controls the Cuban telecommunications company Etexa, which controls all digital communications on the island. Access to the network for users represents both a threat to Havana and an instrument of control for officials. But with that control, said Hernandez, officials can easily cut communication in general at historically important moments or when something is happening in the island of interest to Cuban society. That appears to be the case with Constantine. In 2021, he was detained for 10 days for public disorder after reporting on demonstrations against the government over food shortages and medicinal problems. ICLEP has documented digital harassment since 2016. In 2021, the activity was especially strong. ICLEP documented 1,129 violations of freedom of expression that year. During that year, protests against the Cuban government and Communist Party were the biggest since the 1959 revolution. Prisoners Defenders International is a Spain-based human rights group. It said Cuba's government has been spying on reporters and activists for many years. Javier Larrondo is president of Prisoners Defenders. He said the government monitors text messages for sensitive words. Using encrypted services like WhatsApp or Telegram is not always enough. When reporters or opposition activists are arrested, their phones are always seized and the memory inspected by experts.
The Svalbard Global Seed Vault is on an island halfway between Europe and the North Pole. It contains frozen seeds of food crops from around the world. The vault opened in 2008 to help keep crops safe from extinction. This week, the vault received seeds from the largest number of new contributors ever. Contributors give seeds from their collections of seeds, called seed banks. 23 seed banks took part, 9 of them for the first time. The new contributors came from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Cameroon, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Madagascar, Nigeria, and Zambia. Crop Trust is a nonprofit group that operates the vault along with Norwegian officials. Crop Trust said the boxes of seeds arrived on Tuesday. They contained crop seeds such as beans, barley, cowpea, maize, rice, millet, and sorghum. Stefan Schmitz is executive director of Crop Trust. He said that keeping the seeds frozen in the Arctic helps guarantee food security for the future. The vault is set in permafrost caves. The seeds are kept at temperatures around -18 degrees Celsius. Between 2015 and 2019, the vault helped rebuild seed collections that were damaged during the war in Syria. Crop Trust said many of the seeds given on Tuesday were the result of a worldwide 10-year biodiversity project known as BOLD. The project aims to support global food and nutrition security, the trust added. Norway's Ministry of Agriculture and Food said 111 seed banks in 77 countries now have crop seeds in Svalbard. The Crop Trust website says the vault currently has over 1 million seed samples. It also says the vault has room to hold 4.5 million varieties of crops. I'm Andrew Smith.
Every year, the Recording Academy in the United States gives awards to the performers and songwriters with the most outstanding achievements from the year before. The Academy calls those awards the Grammys. At the 2024 Grammy Awards, the Song of the Year award went to Miley Cyrus for her song Flowers. In today's lesson, we will look at some grammar rules Cyrus follows in the song and one rule she breaks. The song begins with the story of a breakup. In this first part, Cyrus uses an informal adverb, kinda, to describe the dream she and her partner had. In formal language, she would say, it was the kind of dream that can't be sold. We expect to hear informal language in songs, so this is not really breaking any rules. She follows with another informal word, the verb form wanna, in I didn't want to leave you, I didn't want to lie. It is very common to hear this pronunciation in spoken English of the words want to. Next, we get to where Cyrus follows and breaks the same rule. She describes the expressive actions of a romantic partner that she can do for herself. Her song tells us about the kinds of things a romantic partner might do, but Cyrus says she, as an independent woman, can do those things without the partner. Listen for the reflexive pronoun myself in these lines. Did you catch the place where she broke the rule about when to use a reflexive pronoun? The rule is, when the object and the subject of the verb are the same, use the reflexive pronoun to describe the object. Cyrus follows this rule when she sings, I can buy myself flowers, talk to myself for hours, and I can take myself dancing. But she breaks it when she sings, I can love me better than you can. Let's take a moment for a little quiz here. Can you say or sing the same line with the reflexive pronoun? Take a moment so you can think. Following the rule, this should be, I can love myself better than you can. Cyrus probably uses me to match the beat of the music. Often, that is more important to singers than following grammar rules. In one line of the song, Cyrus uses the adjective own to refer to things belonging to herself. Let's listen to that line. Here, own is correct because it makes the action clear. If she had not used own, we might not understand. She could be singing about holding her hand up, for example. Hold my own hand makes it clear to us that she is using one hand to hold another. What do you think of Miley Cyrus's song? Are there any singers in your country who sing about their independence in this way? Write to us at learningenglish@voanews.com and tell us about them. And that's Everyday Grammar. I'm Jill Robbins.
And that's our program for today. Join us again tomorrow to keep learning English through stories from around the world. I'm Ashley Thompson.
And I'm Dan Novak.
Welcome to Learning English. a daily 30-minute program from the Voice of America. I'm Dan Friedel.
And I'm Katie Weaver. This program is aimed at English learners. So we speak slowly, and we use words and phrases especially written for people learning English. Today on the show, I tell about a former pilot in Cyprus who now has a career in cheesemaking. We'll also hear a report from Gregory Stockel. And Gina Bennett brings us this week's Ask a Teacher. We close the show with an American story. Today we hear The Open Boat by Stephen Crane. But now, on a recent cold winter night in the Cypriot capital, Nicosia, long lines of people began to form in a public parking area. The crowd was gathering for the arrival of cheesemaker Pantelis Pantelli and the load of halloumi he had for sale. Pantelli is a relative newcomer to the tradition of halloumi making. He was a pilot with Cyprus Airways until 2013. He lost the job as the former company started closing down. Pantelli decided to try a very different line of work, cheesemaking. The man had found his new career. But now the newcomer has become an unlikely defender of traditional cheesemaking for Cyprus's prized halloumi. The European Union named halloumi a product of Protected Designation of Origin, or PDO, in 2021. That means that only approved producers from Cyprus can market the cheese under that name. In exchange for the PDO, Cyprus agreed to increase the quantity of ewe or goat milk to just over 50% by July 2024. But Cypriot farmers are protesting the agreement over a dispute about the ingredients. Industry stakeholders say ewe and goat's milk is highly seasonal and could therefore affect production levels. Cheesemakers had threatened to shut their operations because there was not enough milk. And cattle-raising farmers were angered at the threat to the milk cow market. So, Cyprus officials now plan to delay the agreement to 2029. Soft, rubbery halloumi can be eaten raw. There are also many ways to cook it, over a fire or heated in liquid or oil. The cheese keeps its shape well in cooking. It is a popular food and the island's second largest export. Medicines are first. But there is a dispute within Cyprus about what makes true halloumi cheese. Should it be made from cow's milk, which has a mellower taste? Or should it be made from goat and ewe milk, as traditionalists argue? Pantelli started making halloumi with guidance from a family member. It was all trial and error with a small pot, then a bigger pot, and, just like Steve Jobs, in our garage, he said. He uses ewe's milk to make his halloumi. He cooks the milk in rennet, which thickens the liquid to a solid form called a curdle. After resting, curdles are cut and reheated. Panteli adds salt and puts them in a solution called brine for a few hours. Then they are done, and he prepares for market. Panteli only has a permit to sell directly to consumers, and he is limited to producing 150 liters of milk a day. But his product is popular. He makes videos on TikTok and the social media service X to let people know where to find him. He usually sells all his cheese within 2 hours of opening sales. Nobody is making the real thing anymore, and that is our aim, Panteli said. He spoke to the Reuters news agency while standing near about 300 noisy sheep at his farm west of Nicosia. But some farmers on the Mediterranean island say that Panteli's method is not workable for all. Nikos Papakriakou is head of the organization that represents cow farmers. He said that based on an older 1985 trade agreement, halloumi cheese is made out of not only goat and ewe's milk, but cow's milk as well. He says the mellow taste of cow's milk has permitted halloumi to capture overseas markets. The PDO says it should smell like a farm, he said. He questioned if people would buy it if it smelled like goats.
The United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, said in a report on Wednesday that public waste creation will greatly increase by 2050. The rise will cause hundreds of billions of dollars of damage through biodiversity loss, climate change, and deadly pollution, UNEP reports. UNEP's Global Waste Management Outlook 2024 says worldwide waste creation would greatly increase unless governments take urgent preventative measures. The world's fastest-growing economies will drive much of the increase in waste. These include some countries in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa that are already struggling to deal with current public waste levels. The report predicts municipal solid waste generation will grow from 2.3 billion tons in 2023 to 3.8 billion tons by 2050. UNEP projected the yearly cost of waste treatment by the middle of the century would rise to $640 billion worldwide. That represents a more than 75% increase from 2020. That year, the world produced an estimated 2.1 billion tons of public solid waste, which excludes industrial waste. Damage caused by the growing waste would account for about $443 billion of the total cost. The report, called Beyond an Age of Waste, Turning Rubbish into a Resource, was released during the UN Environment Assembly in Kenya this week. The writers argue that humanity has moved backwards over the past 10 years. They say humans are creating more waste, more pollution, and more climate-changing gases. Waste prevention measures and improved waste treatment could reduce those costs, the report said. But it notes there are major barriers to such reforms, including weak enforcement systems. Negotiators are working toward a treaty to deal with the especially damaging and dangerous pollution from plastics. They are beginning a fourth round of talks in April. UNEP Executive Director Inger Anderson said she is hopeful they will complete the agreement by the end of this year. Environmentalists and fossil fuel producers continue to disagree about the terms of the agreement. They especially dispute whether the deal should center on reducing plastics production or increasing recycling and reuse. There is an interest, and especially among the countries that are producing raw polymer, but as I keep telling them, this is not an anti-plastic treaty, Anderson told Reuters, noting there would still be a need for plastics in vehicles and medical equipment. Raw polymers are used in the creation of plastic materials. Anderson said she hopes no delegations would work to block progress on the treaty, but instead find a way forward that actually takes into account the fact that we are drowning in plastic. I'm Gregory Stockel.
VOA Learning English has launched a new program for children. It is called Let's Learn English with Anna. The new course aims to teach children American English through asking and answering questions and experiencing fun situations. For more information, visit our website, learningenglish.voanews.com.
Hello. This week on Ask a Teacher, we answer a question from Mequinant and Tajean. Must versus have to. I find it difficult to differentiate them. You must wear your uniform in the classroom. Or you have to wear your uniform in the classroom. Which one is correct? Thank you for this question. Must and have to can have the same meaning. We have talked about must and have to in an earlier Ask a Teacher. Both of the sentences you provide are correct. Sometimes it is better to choose must over have to or have to over must. When we use must in spoken English, usually it is to express something we think is likely. In that case, it is similar in meaning to the word probably. You must be cold after working all day in the rain. You are probably cold after working all day in the rain. My supervisor must not care about the budget cuts. My supervisor probably doesn't care about the budget cuts. But we also use it as we use have to, although more commonly in writing. Climate change must be stopped. You must see the doctor before Friday. have to, have got to, and its reduced form, gotta, are used very often in spoken language to communicate requirement. I have to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. You gotta relax. So, which sentence should you use? It depends on the context. Are you wanting to express a probability? Or are you trying to give an order or announce a rule? And now we must say goodbye. We have to check the mail for new questions about American English. If you have one, send us an email at learningenglish@voanews.com. And that's Ask a Teacher. I'm Gina Bennett.
And now, the Learning English program, American Stories. Today, we hear The Open Boat by Stephen Crane. The story is about something that really happened to Crane in 1896. He was traveling from the United States to Cuba as a newspaper reporter. One night, his ship hit a sandbar. It sank in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Florida. Most of the people on board got into lifeboats. Crane was among the last to leave the ship, along with the captain, the cook, and a sailor. These 4 men climbed into the only remaining lifeboat. The boat was so small that no one believed it could stay afloat for very long. None of the men thought he would ever reach the shore. But they fought the rough seas bravely with all their strength. Would they finally reach land? Here is Shep O'Neill with the first part of the story.
The small lifeboat bounced from wave to wave in the rough seas of the Atlantic. The 4 men in the boat could not see the sky. The waves rose too high. The waves, with their white tops, pushed at the open boat with angry violence. Every man thought each wave would be his last. Surely the boat would sink, and he would drown. The man thought that most adults would need a bathtub larger than the boat they were sailing. The waves were huge, and each created a problem in guiding the direction of the boat. For 2 days, since the ship sank, the 4 men had been struggling to reach land. But there was no land to be seen. All the men saw were violent waves, which rose and came fiercely down on them. The men sat in the boat, wondering if there was any hope for them. The ship's cook sat in the bottom of the boat. He kept looking at the 15 centimeters which separated him from the ocean. The boat had only 2 wooden oars. They were so thin, it seemed as if they would break against the waves. The sailor, named Billy, directed the boat's movement with one of the oars. The newspaper reporter pulled the second oar. He wondered why he was there in the boat. The 4th man was the captain of the ship that had sunk. He lay in the front of the small boat. His arm and leg were hurt when the ship sank. The captain's face was sad. He had lost his ship, and many of his sailors. But he looked carefully ahead, and he told Billy when to turn the boat. "Keep her a little more south, Billy," he said. "A little more south, sir," the sailor repeated. Sitting in the boat was like sitting on a wild horse. As each wave came, the boat rose and fell, like a horse starting toward a fence too high to jump. The problem was that after successfully floating over one wave, you find that there is another one behind it, just as strong and ready to flood your boat. As each wall of water came in, it hid everything else that the men could see. The waves came in silence. Only their white tops made threatening noises. In the weak light, the faces of the men must have looked gray. Their eyes must have shone in strange ways as they looked out at the sea. The sun rose slowly into the sky. The men knew it was the middle of the day because the color of the sea changed from slate gray to emerald green with gold lights, and the white foam on the waves looked like falling snow. As the lifeboat bounced from the top of each wave, the wind tore through the hair of the men. As the boat dropped down again, the water fell just past them. The top of each wave was a hill from which the men could see, for a brief period, a wide area of shining sea. The cook said the men were lucky because the wind was blowing toward the shore. If it started blowing the other way, they would never reach land. The reporter and the sailor agreed, but the captain laughed in a way that expressed humor and tragedy all in one. He asked, "Do you think we've got much of a chance now, boys?" This made the others stop talking. To express any hope at this time, they felt to be childish and stupid. But they also did not want to suggest there was no hope, so they were silent. "Oh, well," said the captain, "we'll get ashore all right." But there was something in his voice that made them think, as the sailor said, "Yes, if this wind holds." Seagulls flew near and far. Sometimes the birds sat down on the sea in groups near brown seaweed that rolled on the waves. The anger of the sea was no more to them than it was to a group of chickens 1,000 miles away on land. Often the seagulls came very close and stared at the men with black bead-like eyes. The men shouted angrily at them, telling them to be gone. The sailor and the reporter kept rowing with the thin wooden oars. Sometimes they sat together, each using an oar. Sometimes one would pull on both oars, while the other rested. Brown pieces of seaweed appeared from time to time. They were like islands, bits of earth that did not move. They showed the men in the boat that it was slowly making progress toward land. Hours passed. Then, as the boat was carried to the top of a great wave, the captain looked across the water. He said that he saw the lighthouse at Mosquito Inlet. The cook also said he saw it. The reporter searched the western sky. "See it?" said the captain. "No," said the reporter slowly. "I don't see anything." "Look again," said the captain. He pointed. "It's exactly in that direction." This time, the reporter saw a small thing on the edge of the moving horizon. It was exactly like the point of a pin. "Think we'll make it, Captain?" he asked. "If this wind holds and the boat doesn't flood, we can't do much else," said the captain. It would be difficult to describe the brotherhood of men that was here established on the sea. Each man felt it warmed him. They were a captain, a sailor, a cook, and a reporter. And they were friends. The reporter knew even at the time that this friendship was the best experience of his life. All obeyed the captain. He was a good leader. He always spoke in a low voice and calmly. "I wish we had a sail," he said, "to give you two boys a chance to rest." So they used his coat and one of the oars to make a sail, and the boat moved much more quickly. The lighthouse had been slowly growing larger. At last, from the top of each wave, the men in the boat could see land. Slowly, the land seemed to rise from the sea. Soon, the men could see two lines, one black and one white. They knew that the black line was formed by trees, and the white line was the sand. At last, the captain saw a house on the shore, and the lighthouse became even larger. "The keeper of the lighthouse should be able to see us now," said the captain. "He'll notify the life-saving people." Slowly and beautifully, the land rose from the sea. The wind came again. Finally, the men heard a new sound. The sound of waves breaking and crashing on the shore. "We'll never be able to make the lighthouse now," said the captain. "Swing her head a little more north, Billy." "A little more north, sir," said the sailor. The men watched the shore grow larger. They became hopeful. In an hour, perhaps, they would be on land. The men struggled to keep the boat from turning over. They were used to balancing in the boat. Now they rode this wild horse of a boat like circus men. The water poured over them. The reporter thought he was now wet to the skin, but he felt in the top pocket of his coat and found 8 cigars. 4 were wet, but 4 were still dry. One of the men found some dry matches. Each man lit a cigar. The 4 men sailed in their boat with the belief of a rescue shining in their eyes. They smoked their big cigars and took a drink of water.
That's all the time we have for today's show, but join us again tomorrow for another VOA Learning English program. Thanks for listening. I'm Katie Weaver.